1, 2, 1, 2.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. What a beautiful background, Cindy.
Thank you for your patience. I'll start in about 1 minute. I'm just getting a few things sorted out. There's quite a few pieces to this technological puzzle today. And I just want to make sure that they're all running well. They seem to be going okay, which means that something's wrong somewhere. I'm going to take a quick check, and then I'll be right back here to start the symposium.
Oui, allô, bonjour. No, I'm not sure who's speaking.
Good morning, everybody. So I think we're ready to get started. I hope everybody's had a little bit of an opportunity to settle in, to grab a coffee. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I am hoping that you can hear me okay, that you can see everything okay. As I had said when I first joined on here, there are a number of technological pieces to this puzzle. I'm trying to run this. Oh, I can hear myself. Hold on. I can hear. Okay, sorry about that. See, there we go. These are the things I've been trying to troubleshoot and to kind of make sure aren't going to happen. So we are streaming this out to a live stream on YouTube. We're also recording this session. The YouTube stream. Okay, good. There was. I was hearing a little bit of feedback, but I managed to quash my YouTube version. You also, I hopefully should be able to watch this if you're in the Wonder space in the Zoom screening room. So I've started to screen share there, which opens up the live stream. So if you're in that space and you want to do these sessions, you should be able to do that there as well. So before I get any further, I wanted to start off, first of all, by formally saying hello, welcome to Speaking Volumes. I also wanted to give a land acknowledgement. So I'm speaking to you today from the glamorous studios in my home office, as many of us are today. On behalf of OCAD University, who's kind of officially hosting this event, but with the generous support of our friends and sponsors, particularly at Ontario Tech, and through the volumetric image community. I as well as OCAD University, I'm here. OCAD University sits on the ancestral and traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat, who are the original owners and custodians on the land on which we sit and create. The symposium today is meant to be fairly informal. Sorry, I can hear myself, echoing back in here again. Let me try this. Okay. I'll just, whenever I hear myself coming in through a different channel, I'll quash that channel and hopefully not turn everything off. So the symposium today is drawn together fairly informally. It's in many ways meant to be almost a little bit of a slightly fancier Pechakucha. What the aim for it was to bring together creators who've been creating volumetric images across a wide range of what that could potentially encompass. So not specifically focused on volumetric video, although volumetric video is well represented within the symposium, but also extending into photogrammetry, into work with point clouds, and we even have actual holograms, which is always nice, and which is hopefully something that you haven't already seen. What I had wanted to do in putting this together was to kind of bring together these creators and to talk about the ways in which their paths, either are intersecting or which they hope to kind of intersect their work with these volumetric image practices. So it is focused on creators. It's not. That's sort of the what I wanted to foreground here. While some folks might talk about kind of the technological aspects behind the work that they're doing, that's not necessarily what the kind of the plan for the symposium was overall. It's obviously a discussion that we can have afterwards, and it is focused on people who are kind of actively creating work, or who kind of aspire to create work, or have kind of put together a workshop, or have that kind of intersection with the volumetric image space. So it does go across a wide range of practices. There are artists here today, there are researchers, there are people who are creators who are coming from film and VR and other types of immersive experiences. There's also a wide range of lengths of practice. So there are people who are just beginning to explore this space. There are people who have decades and decades of experience working with different sorts of volumetric images. So it's a really interesting mix. I am super excited, first of all, as I was mentioning to some of our presenters during the tech check, that people took time in what is obviously a very hectic and stressful time to share their work and their practices with us today, and to attend this event overall. So to give a without kind of doing too much of an overview, just the general, what I've generally asked people to do was to prepare about a kind of a 10-15 minute talk. So like I said, they are going to be kind of short talks that are centered on work, on demos, or on describing experiences. I've left it really open in terms of what people talk about, and I don't know what it is. And so I'm as excited to kind of hear what people are going to bring forward as everybody else is. We're going to do it so that I've loosely grouped the talks into sessions. The sessions don't necessarily have a formal theme as much as they have, I think, some intersecting threads that could be useful to kind of launch further discussions. We do have a slightly condensed schedule in terms of the Zoom speakers today. So people will talk for, like I said, about 10-15 minutes. We will have 3 speakers, and then we will open up to questions and Q&A. You're welcome to contribute questions to Q&A or to raise your hand and ask questions after kind of the 3 talks are done, and we can spend some time doing a little bit of a Q&A after the talks. If we run out of time, because the time is fairly short, then what I would ask you is to go to our other venue for this event, which is Wonder. Wonder is a online event platform. It is fairly minimal, and you shouldn't have to sign up for an account or anything for it, but we can bring kind of broader discussions there. So that'll be kind of our hangout space, our back channel. There are 2 times when that event is going to, that space is going to kind of be our priority space. That is, first of all, during the break. We'll have a break about 12:15. So I'd encourage people to kind of go there and do kind of general socializing, chat, get together with other folks that are there. The second part, and perhaps maybe a little bit more importantly, is an open discussion about supporting creators. So that is where I'm hoping that we can come together for a more open collective discussion about what creators would like to see happen in this space, where the gaps are in terms of support. That could be related to technology, that could be related to funding, that can relate to the economics, or even just the celebration and support and recognition for the work that people are doing. So that's a really important discussion. It'll happen at 3:30. If you needed to kind of leave this discussion and come back afterwards, just so you know, that's when we're going to have that talk. So I don't want to talk too much at the beginning. I think that people are here to see the demos and works that people have put together. I am, like I said, very, very excited by the speakers that we have today, and some of which I've been talking to for a number of years, saying I would like to put together an event like this, and I think it would be really important to show your work. And some of which I have just recently met. I am every single person who's here, I can't wait for their talk. So with that, I will, oops, sorry. I will do a screen share and bring up a little bit of an introductory slide. Oops. Okay, so our first group, I'm going to for all of these presenters in the name of time and also in the name of foregrounding the specific presentations and works, I'm going to just introduce people very briefly by name, and we will go through all three presenters in the session, and then have a discussion and a Q&A. I'll prioritize questions that come from within the panel group first, and then open up to kind of broader discussion afterwards. The first person who we have up is Judith Doyle. All of the bios for the speakers I'll show before the talks, but you can also kind of reference them by going back to the Eventbrite page. The Eventbrite page also has the up-to-date version of the schedule for all of the speakers. So I will spend 1 second here bringing up our first speaker, who is Judith Doyle. One moment, please, so that I can.
Cindy, I don't seem to be able to share video with you. I'm not sure why it says the speaker has blocked it.
It's because I just need to kind of elevate you to a co-host, so people don't accidentally play video while other talks are going on.
Cindy, when you're doing that, could you also elevate Elizabeth Lopez?
I can do that. Yep. Here we go. Okay.
Hi, folks. First, I want to thank Cindy for putting this together. It's a fantastic opportunity, and one that I hope that we keep building upon in the future. It's just great to consolidate all this this activity that's been happening at OCAD together. I'm going to show a short video clip and introduce my colleague Elizabeth Lopez, who will also be showing a short video clip. What I'm focusing on today is kind of first to introduce myself. I'm an associate professor at OCAD, and I co-direct the Social Media and Collaboration Lab. And in that lab, we've been working with virtual environments and motion capture, and especially small sensor approaches to motion capture for since the early 2000s. I first got sort of started working on this when we built the OCAD campus on Second Life, and that would be fun to show you someday. But if you want to see it, you can just go onto Judith Doyle on Vimeo, and there's video capture there of some of the work that I did with Professor Fei Jun at the China Academy of Fine Arts in the Digital Media Lab there. And we were investigating questions of network and gesture, and how gesture can be vended or monetized and exchanged over long distance networks. And to explore this, we did video and then motion capture of factory gestures in an art book factory that Fei Jun had worked in. And we began to realize that for us, it was very important to move forward to be able to do on-location motion capture and to use portable tools that we could plug into the car, lighter, and use in, small like restaurants with people clearing dishes from tables and stuff. And therein began our work for using volumetric capture. We started using an Xbox Kinect, and then moved to the Asus Action Pro, which we preferred because it's very similar to the Kinect in terms of its resolution and its challenges of resolution, but also because it's USB powered, it makes it a better tool for the field. So I'm gonna share a video now, if I can share my screen. It's quite short. It's a clip of about 2.5 minutes showing some activity that we've done using the Asus Action Pro capture tool. Give me just a sec. Okay. Since there seems to be a bit of a problem with full screen, I'm going to try to kind of maneuver my screen so that you can see this properly. These are point clouds. This is a point cloud of a dancer. The choreographer of this dance is Cody Berry. And Cody's a two-spirited choreographer from the Lac-La-Croix First Nation in Northwestern Ontario. This image is made using a depth camera. It's kind of like an Xbox Connect, which has been modified to take images that show the depth as well as the color of the surfaces that are captured. The little curly cues of noise that you see on the dancer is done with Perlin noise algorithms. This is another point cloud. You're seeing it up close. Those are what the points look like in space. These point clouds have been captured using a process called photogrammetry. And I'm really looking forward to showing you how to make your own photograms. These have been uploaded into a group gathering of photograms in the Unreal game engine. And in this case, a workshop participant is flipping her hair, and it's being captured using that Connect depth camera that I mentioned before. So this section of video includes two workshops, one that took place at the Athens School of Fine Arts, and one that took place in Gwangju, South Korea, as part of the International Symposium of Electronic Art in 2019. I love doing these workshops. I love the feeling of collaboration, and I enjoy combining the images together into a kind of a group exhibition in VR. Okie dokie. All right. And now I'm just gonna stop sharing my screen. There. All right, so that leads us into the activity that we've been doing this year in the lab. This little video that you saw the clip from is one that I show my first year undergraduate students in a course called Form and Time that I teach with Simone Jones, and Elizabeth Lopez has been working very closely with me on a project for the Form and Time class where the students use photogrammetry and stage it in collaborative exhibitions in WebXR. We received some eCampus VLS funding for this project, and with it we were able to introduce photogrammetry and build the WebXR platform and provide students with photogrammetry tutorials that Elizabeth was responsible for making, and then stage an exhibition. We have an upcoming physical gallery show at the Ada Slate Gallery of this work from the 7th to the 14th of March. So it's this really interesting kind of back and forth between physical and virtual, or between, I'm just going to say in XR because it's kind of encapsulates this idea of expanded or extended or experimental realities. I'm going to hand it over to Elizabeth just to talk extremely quickly and show a very, very short clip of what we've done this year with the WebXR exhibition and critique space.
Great, thanks, Judith. Yeah, so we, you know, in the interest of having accessibility, we actually based these galleries on open source, open access software. And so it's in Glitch using A-Frame, and we use some great compression tools developed by a collaborator at York University, Nick Foxgig. So I'm going to share the screen. And share what is a quick trailer of our galleries. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, great, thanks. So anyway, what this is a series of galleries that you can enter a virtual space. That's the yellow staircase at OCAD, if you can recognize it. and travel through there, the physical one captured a year ago. But yeah, so these are galleries that are interconnected and showcase point clouds with sound and rotational elements. And the beauty of these is you can navigate using just your keyboard or mouse. These are examples of people who are working remotely. This showcases that you can provide artists and the artist work statements. We've had really positive feedback from the students saying how they really love these spaces that are more than reality. Judith, you're on mute.
Just to say that we will put the URL for the Glitch Me site in the chat. Somebody was asking for that and we're happy to do that.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
So we are not really hearing the sound, Elizabeth, but we are seeing the images. And I think this gives you a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. So these can be entered using a VR headset, but really for, reaching people who have very diverse hardware setups and connectivity capability, we've really tried to make it not too technology dependent.
Yeah, the sound is actually quite lovely. So when you get a chance to explore the environment, I hope you'll have, especially by the time we get the gallery exhibition up from the 7th to the 14th of March, everything will be, kind of like optimized so that you can explore it and see and hear it in, from your laptop, but also using, a headset and whatever tool for a more immersive experience.
Yeah, apologies for the lack of sound because it's actually a big element in there. I'll drop the link in there in the chat in a second, and yeah, for sure, please visit it because the sound element, the music, and different, and we actually have narration from an artist in there, really adds to the work.
I was going to say, finally, just to conclude, that looking forward, we're working with, or we're exploring working with Ontario Tech University and with Contact North to try and create WebXR tools for people with limited bandwidth. So the tools that we're looking towards making would allow people to create in WebXR, but with a lot of offline dimensions so that high bandwidth or even any bandwidth wouldn't always be a requirement. That's our next set of explorations, working with Indigenous communities and Northern communities in Ontario. Where I am actually in a Northern community in Ontario, and you hear the barking in the background. So thank you, everybody. That concludes what we have to show, and thank you.
Thank you both. What a great start. Yes, we're looking forward to getting the link posted in the chat, and then I can also repost it in the Wonder Room as well, and people will get an opportunity to see and experience the work firsthand. Looks great. Thank you so much for leading us off. For our hold me 1 second while I try to do this elegant. Oh, sorry, not this one. Screen share. So the next presenter that we have is Slavica Ceperkovic. If Slav is here. Oh, hold on. I might actually need to elevate their speaker stats. 1 second. Slav, are you here?
I am here. Let me just, I can now start the video because my host has stopped it.
Oh, you should be able to do it now. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have to two-step bring you onto the stage. You've been locked in the green room, and then I've invited you on the stage, and now I've turned on your mic. You should be able to do it now. Let me know if you have an issue.
There we go.
All of these issues are me, by the way.
That's all right. Let's see where we are. Everyone can see and hear, and I can continue.
Looks okay to me.
Great. Okay. So today I'm going to just do a bit of a talk about my research. I'm a PhD candidate at York University in the Cinema and Media program, working with Caitlin Fisher, who will be speaking later on this afternoon. Thank you, Cindy, for inviting me today. I really am looking forward to all the conversations today around volumetric video. I'm also a professor at Seneca College in the Interactive Digital Media Diploma program, and we're starting a new degree, undergraduate degree in the fall. So, you know, this is essentially what it looks like to work in VR at home during a pandemic, right? So a lot of this is going to be talking about considerations when making volumetric in VR and things that I've been percolating and thinking about. The filming process, where the camera is, but working with a single camera versus a 360 camera while filming, and also the camera within the VR environment itself. How do we think about environment, architecture, scale, layers, pacing and loops, speed of viewing, spatialized sounds, and then the next steps of where I'm at in my research was looking at teleexistence experiments and live social volumetric video. So in my previous VR work prior to volumetric, I basically made works in 3 types of environments. So either they're guided based interactions in VR, working with, you know, essentially a camera on rails, and it's guiding people through space. You can see kind of in this video background. Task-based interaction, level-based, users will come in and achieve a task, you know, in order to proceed or move forward in the narrative. Or sandbox-based interactions where they're free to explore. There's no guided camera for them to move through the space, no structured camera in terms of me, the author, guiding people through space, and it's more of an explored environment with the user. So when I first started designing characters in spaces, and this is in the Unreal Engine, I'm using existing assets that are in you know, the inventory, and you can bring them into the environment. You can change the texture, you can change transparency, materiality, so the bodies could look like anything. The difficulty with working with a gaming engine is a lot of the female figures are either zombies or first-person shooters, or, you know, they don't have sense of pedestrian life, right? So I think I was drawn to volumetric video to take a look at how we can bring people into these spaces, recorded stories. And I started working, and I think this was an OCAD sponsored relationship with Dames Making Games in 2018, and that's where I first met Cindy. And started working with DevKit, and they had a beta version for Unreal, and they don't support Unreal, it's Unity based. But started to think about how we can place filmed volumetric video into Unreal and see what the issues, tensions, how do we start building spaces around people. In this case, we're looking at how we look at reflections, video reflections, how do we think about the structure of it and the limitations of it. And I think with working with an Xbox Connect camera in Unreal, which is a very highly rendered environment, you're starting to see the gaps of materiality in the capture versus the virtual rendered environments. So, you know, during the pandemic, this is my toolkit. I have, my equipment is a gaming PC laptop, an Xbox Connect 2 camera, which I think I bought on eBay, maybe I bought it on Amazon, a tripod to film, I have a Connect adapter to go into my PC, an external mouse, external hard drive, a microphone for sound capture. We're thinking about sound. You can have also audio software. I did do some work with Ableton, which I'm not going to show today, but we can talk briefly about. Quest 2 and Quest PC cable, just because I'm working with such low rendered images, a Quest is fine versus other options, and a ring light, and we're going to talk about lighting in a second as well. And so it's software, DepthKit and Unity, and I'm a pilot partner with DepthKit, so I'd also like to thank them as part of that and part of the research at York University. So this is basically what the toolkit looks like. Filming, you know, other than, you know, you really think you need the space, right? Otherwise, you're going to have cross sections of the body and floating bodies in the world, right? And so I think that's what we started seeing here, right? We just had the waist up, just on the scale of how you have to film. So, you know, if you're filming with a single camera, you need that large space if you would like something that's fully scale. My space is about 10, my studio's about 10 feet by 10 feet. I needed to clear the background. And also film during the day. And the reason why is looking at, if you're filming with shadows, those shadows cannot be corrected in Unity in that same way. And so, and I'll show you examples of that. So here's an example of looking at lighting. So if I have a cast shadow here in the filming, it's going to affect how we film or light the scene later on. So how do shadows translate? How do we think about the scale of an image or a cropping of an image and what the timed loops are? What is the action I'm bringing in into the space? So these are all types of considerations. This is an example of what a single camera volumetric video would look like. So in terms of measuring the depth of the image, you can start seeing the breakdown of the image as well. As part of the filming and understanding the depth preview of what is being brought into the space. And so you can crop it, you can change the color, the tonality as you're bringing in it into Unity. So when you're bringing it into Unity, your world can look like anything, right? You have to think about what world you would like to bring these characters to live in and inhabit, and what kind of landscape they had to have. And so the first thing I did was start bringing these loops in of these turning figures myself, right? Looking at myself, right? And so how do they look and how do they, you know, react in these spaces? So this is a bit of a video and taking a look and seeing, you know, this looking piece, I call it, right? And seeing the glitches, the errors, the asynchronous loops that are happening. And how do you think about these as almost an organic figures that are coming into these spaces, into these worlds that you're building, and start to think about the depth and spatiality of the VR world as well. And so, you know, how do we think about that world design? How do we think about half bodies as well? Because the placement of the characters in relation to the camera as we're moving through the space, we can actually position how we would like people to see. And so part of that is creating that, you know, this is in this case, a rail-based experience where a camera sits on rail, similar to a dolly, moves us through the space and guides us to see. And we can make it look like anything. We can have any type of world being placed in here. And so how do these bodies react in the world? What environments, what angles of views are we looking at? What is the pacing of the loops? We can slow them down. We can make them as long as possible, drawn out as possible, quickly. We can change the pacing of our camera, and we also can have particle systems and have animation. So we have various types of speed and motion as we're thinking about VR and how do all these elements can work together. Shadows is something else we need to think about, right? So shadows are casting on architectural objects or the video objects themselves. And this is just an example to see what it looks like with the shell or a half human, right? Bringing into the space, and we can guide the narrative to think about it and revealing these fragmented characters. And this, again, this is with a single camera. You can have a 360 and sync that, but you will have these glitches. So how do we think about these glitches? This is the video I'm showing in the background here, and moving through these spaces. And the ground isn't necessarily the ground. I think when we think about moving a camera, we don't have to keep it level. We can move it up in the air, we can go below earth, we can move around. We can have this kind of guided space through environments. How do we shape the environment? How do we shape the guided experience? How do we shape the gaze and where we look in VR, right? So this is from the point of view of the camera. Mind you, if you're wearing the headset, you can move the camera anywhere you'd like on the rail experience and take a look and see what's happening in an environment and how we move through various levels, revealing different characters, revealing different stories. So how do we think about architecture? What is the purpose of architecture? If we're not, housed or lived or have, goals associated to them, why do they exist? How do we think about simplifying architecture? I like this term of folly houses that are architecture, these architectural designs that are made for decoration that exist in VR. So what is the minimum type of architecture you need to show spaces? So we're starting to work with transparency and layers and as a different ways to tell the story as we move through these spaces. I'm just showing you really kind of quick clips as we go through here. So we have these layered environments. When we think about world and immersive experiences, we can think about layers in a new way, which is different than we think about cinema. Next steps for me is also looking at spatialized sound. So I have done some experiments with Ableton and live music composition and starting to think about live space, but also narrative. You can associate objects with sound that is beyond, this idea of displaced voice. There's no voice recorded at the same time as the Xbox not having a synchronized sound. So audio will always be external. So how do we think about shaping audio and sound in this environment? One of the great things about these virtual talks we were attending, I attended one by Valencia James. In 2020, she did a volumetric performance toolbox developed by iBeam in conjunction with Mozilla Hubs, and asked some really interesting question. And for me, I'm really interested in thinking about live elements as next steps. So how can machine learning inform dance movement, or questions she's asking? How can we create multisensory inclusive experience in XR? How can we create immersive web space as an act of liberation for marginalized voices? What is the decolonized future of the internet? And I think that when you're building on a platform that's asking these questions, any works in them will embody it. And so I'm seeing this shift from telepresence or physically embodied agency at distance to teleexistence. And I really like this term by Sumo Tashi, that telepresence has this extended focus on, telepresence has an extended focus on teleported robots, where teleexistence can target either real or virtual places or a mix of the two, essentially combining these two fields. So I think we're moving into this teleexistence space. So some tools, DepthKit does have something called a hello portation device via webcam. Valencia James did offer me a spot on her Mozilla Hub server. So I'm starting to work, or initially started working in waiting rooms and creating what waiting rooms look like. They're using a different camera. They're using an Arduino-based camera. They don't have, it's really kind of intuitive computing. There's no manual, right? We still need the Xbox Connect depth camera. There's no driver yet for Mozilla Hub. So talk about collaboration. There's someone who wants to write a driver, great. We can start thinking about volumetric in XR in this way. So I also want to say it's an iterative process. There's a lot of errors in that process. We learn a lot of things through the mistakes, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, all the way through this process. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I am I'm going to quickly whisk us to the next presenter. Oh, for some reason I lost my presentation slide. Hold on. Hopefully that is viewable there. Okay. Next up, we have Olivia McGilchrist, and I do have to say that Olivia has rushed here to be here today after having a morning engagement, and I really am happy that she was able to make it and that she's our next speaker. Olivia?
Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if you're hearing me. I guess now I can. Yes. Hi. Nice to see you. And thanks for having me. And thanks, Slavica and Judith. It was really, really great to hear. Is everyone hearing me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. So Cindy, am I now able to share screen?
Yes, you should be able to share screen, but if not, let me know because I can fix it.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just give me 1 second. I had prepped it all, and then now I'm just, hold on. So, okay. So hopefully you're going to see my PowerPoint as a slideshow and not as this. Are you seeing the main screen? No, you're seeing my presenter notes.
I'm seeing your presenter notes, yes.
Okay, so my bad. I have to switch this up. So give me a second. Sorry. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to do it without the notes. I don't want to take too much time doing this. I don't really have a lot of extra notes to worry about. So, okay.
We see your first slide.
Okay, sorry, give me a second. I've not had this like PowerPoint doing this to me ever before, and now I have a completely black screen. So okay. All right. So I'll just unplug my other screen, that might help, and just go back to a normal thing. I'm so sorry about this, everyone. I had everything figured out. So there we go. Okay. All right, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Cindy and everyone. So thanks for having me, and I'm really excited to actually have been able to make it. As Cindy said, I was not sure I was going to make it, and also to see the folks in the room. I'm really glad to see you all, those who I know already. So thanks for being here. Thanks, Slavica and Cindy and Judith, for essentially speaking about your practices and your processes, because I was wondering how I was going to fit everything I wanted to fit into this short presentation without touching upon those things. So my presentation is going to focus more on my research as a PhD candidate at Concordia, as well as my own project, which has now been exploring the potential of volumetric capture. I'm going to give you an outline of where I'm at. I'm currently writing my PhD thesis, so it's a pretty interesting time. I'm looking at virtual reality from both the perspective as an artist and a scholar. And these are the themes at large that I'm really exploring in depth. So intersectionality, Afrofuturism, and cyberfeminism. And at the same time, really focusing on the aesthetics, the notion of embodiment in VR and in a physical installation that includes a VR component, as well as this notion of empathy that many of us, I guess, here have to think through when we're working in these mediums. So there you go. Those are kind of the larger themes I'm looking at. I wanted to just, highlight the artists that I study. So I'm looking at Char Davis and her installation Osmose from 1995. There are many reasons I'm looking at it, and I'm, always curious to see how pertinent a very innovative work made at a time when VR was not as available can still be today. So here are some stills I took from Char Davis's website, or articles, or other folks posting images of her work. I still feel these images are very pertinent today, and I'm interested in continuing to think through them. On the other hand, I'm also looking at much more recent works, such as the project Neurospeculative Afrofeminism by the collective Hyphen Labs. I was able to see this in person at Ars Electronica in Linz in 2018, and it was a really great experience to actually go into the remixed hair salon and be able to live the whole thing, or part of the thing, because some of the installation, I believe, wasn't always the same in all the iterations. Again, these are images I've taken from different websites. And last but not least, I have not yet seen the whole experience. I've been following the creation and many of the videos around it, but this award-winning piece, The Changing Same, episode 1, The Dilemma, by Rada Studio, so Michelle Stevenson and Joe Brewster, with Scatter, who create Depth Kit, so I believe some of you are here today, in collaboration with Yasmin Elayat. This piece was the winner of the Best Immersive Narrative at Tribeca last year, so I believe many of you have heard of it or seen it or involved in making it. What I'm fascinated by is how this piece combines different approaches to storytelling and representing the self and the other in this format. Here are some screenshots, which I think are very informative in terms of understanding how one can work, especially during a pandemic, remotely using green screen and then combining, volumetric video with 3D. So again, very inspiring piece. And this is a still I particularly like, because you get the chance to really see how kind of more realistic video can then become something else. So now I'm going to tell you a bit more about my work. I'm hopefully going to stay within the time limit because I practiced this and it was good, but just please let me know if I'm not. So the larger project I'm writing and making is called Virtual Islands, Submersion and Hybrid Identity in Virtual Reality. It's still in progress. It combines a VR experience and a multimedia installation. And it was really prompted by the question, what might a Caribbean future look like, by Dr. Marsha Pierce. So it investigates VR as a decolonial tool through the notion of Caribbean futures. And my own experience of cultural hybridity, being a white woman of mixed European and Caribbean heritage, is brought in relation through a virtual encounter with water and self-portraiture in 3D and VR. Excuse me, yeah. Just to give context, before I discovered virtual reality in 2015, I trained as a photographer. I did my MA in photography. I also have practiced different forms of, multi-screen installation and video. So this is just one of the images from my YT series, a series of works I created in Jamaica when I went back to live there, where I was questioning the privilege I have as a woman, as a white woman in that space. I then started working with multi-screen installation, collaborating with different folks, from actors and costume makers, all different types of people that I hadn't previously worked with before as a photographer. I work with multi-layered video, and so I'm just basically showing you, the visual realm I'm coming from. This is the first piece I created in 2015 and has been shown between 2015 and 2017, called Jean Inconnu, using 3 different videos in a pretty simple 3D space, and shown as both a VR artwork and an installation with this structure I built to really highlight the notion of, the body's presence in the space. This is a video still from the piece. I'm not checking the chat right now, so I hope, okay. Yeah, it's all good. These are, again, further explorations. This is when I began exploring the notion of virtual islands as a piece in itself. These are different video stills from the 360 video aspects of the work, created in collaboration with performers from the Caribbean and the diaspora. So this is created in collaboration with a performance artist and scholar, Henri Tolliot from Martinique. And here we have, I'm just showing you like the work in progress, different elements, different aspects of my, the larger project that I'm still working on. This is a 2-screen installation again. Now I'm going to show you a quick video and hopefully not talk over it too much, but basically one of the aspects of the larger project is to create specific iterations. And this is a moment where I combine 360 video stills and shaders in Unity. If you're curious and want to see more, the piece is actually on the Radiance VR website, on the app actually. And now I'm going to jump straight to, okay, I've been exploring the water as a virtual space that I find endlessly rich and fascinating for many reasons. Then I discovered volumetric capture in early 2020, just before the pandemic. I was able to experiment at Concordia, and then things kind of changed. And so I continued exploring in other ways. And these are some of the first soft portraits I created with DepthKit using Connect. So just to kind of give you a context, I was just really fascinated by how immediately I could create, a representation of the self that was less literal and had the potential to become more fluid. So this is, my method, how I work artistically. And then I'm just going to kind of carry you through a few different screenshots where I started creating multiple versions of the self, experimenting with a vast array of, how can I make this happen? How can I make it happen live, perhaps? How can I, make my body merge into the watery space? That's literally something I'm still looking into. And then with layering and, multiple elements taking over from the just first impulse, which was to see how the body looks with this technology. I've continued to push what I think it could be useful for. So here is an attempt to see how it would work in a video installation format, where I would combine, a space in the room that would have a green screen and some lights to capture visitors to the piece in a volumetric format, and then be able potentially to bring them into the piece in VR live and have a video screen showing that combination. This is still something I'm working on, but I'm happy to speak more if anyone's interested. And this is just a kind of snapshot of where I'm at. I continue to explore different ways of thinking through what an underwater virtual space and a series of self-portraits in movement do in the framework of my research. And to finish, I'll just show you a kind of collage of different aspects of the project as a whole. So thanks a lot. I think that concludes what I wanted to share with you. I have many things to share as well if there is time with the other presenters and all of you here. But I wanted to just kind of give you an overview of where I'm at, and it's a pleasure to be able to share it with such a exciting bunch of people, literally, who are exploring this in very many different ways. I'm an artist who works in iteration, so a lot of the work I do will be remixed as I do it. So there you go. Oh, I'm hearing some crazy feedback, so I might mute myself.
the feedback echo is it's all part of the process. So I'm going to pull up this screen just to sit in the background, I think. So while technically we have about 2 minutes of time, what I'm going to propose is actually taking an additional 5 minutes so that we can get maybe at least one, maybe a couple of questions in. And then we can also extend the time. I want to be mindful about the time for the next session, but I don't want to cut anybody off too short. I do also want to remind people that we can take a couple of questions here, but then we can also, if you like, move into the Wonder Space and continue conversations there. That's obviously an optional part of the experience, but it's potentially useful one if you want to have a more fulsome conversation or a one-on-one conversation with somebody. So with that, we have our panelists here. Are there questions? I'm going to ask if you do. There are no questions in the open Q&A, but what I can do is if there are people who have questions, I can raise your hand and I can unmute you. Actually, sorry, first of all, I wanted to prioritize questions from within the panel. So, Judith, Elizabeth, Olivia, Slav, do you have any questions for each other?
I could make a question/comment. Mm-hmm. I think that one of the things that stood out across the different panelists' work, especially Slavica, is the sort of cinematics of the XR environment. And I was impressed by your work with camera tracks. And so I wondered, I think that my question would be, since we so often show this work in the form of video captures and machinima, that actually there is the experience in the physical gallery and with the headset. How have you been thinking, and how have you been thinking about cinematics of XR?
That directed to me or just generally, Judith? I think
I think to you, Slav, but I think it's the case in Olivia's work too, where the camera's prowling around in such interesting ways.
I think there's multiple cameras we have to think about, both of the recorded figure and knowing that it's only a segment of what we're seeing in immersive space, but also the camera, how we view or allow the user experience. The work is complete with that user dynamic, user-centered design, human-centered design, and understand that they're going to be sharing that space. And how do we shape their point of view as they're looking at us? It's an interesting way to think about cinema with multi-cameras in a new way, right? They were shaping not only how we're filming ourselves, in my case, but how we're filming, how we're allowing people to see us in physical space is a different way of thinking about cinema.
Yeah, I mean, in my class, which I will have to unfortunately leave the conference soon to teach because I start at noon, but in the class form and time, we quickly jump from talking about Eisenstein's montage in the early days of cinema through to looking at their own projects in WebXR. So it was a very on my mind thing that we're in the early days, and that whatever montage will come to mean to us is just emergent now.
Well, also the idea of looking. So in the piece where I'm looping myself looking at each other, I'm also ignoring the gaze of the viewer, who I know is going to be there, and building a space where I know I will be looked at. And with a guided experience, I'm showing them how to look as well. It's not a sandbox environment where they can look and stay and move. And that's why I think I'm going to be interested in the live elements to see when you have agency, how that's going to look as well. Sorry, Olivia, please continue here.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think your answers, Slavica, are very helpful. Personally, I've been, in terms of montage, looking at the work of Arthur Jaffa a lot. And so I recommend his work in many ways, just because he's thinking about montage in such a rich and dynamic way. He's someone who's, a cinematographer who's an artist who's, you know, all like many things, and I think it's someone to, you know, I would add him into the curriculum if you need to look at a contemporary artist who's also a cinematographer and a really brilliant thinker and visual, you know, creates visuals that are very compelling. I think the idea of, you know, thinking across multiple cameras is so relevant in the moment of, you know, a lot of us or many people in the world entering a kind of gamified virtual everything, where the camera is switching all the time. I'm personally not a big gamer, but I realize how the ways in which camera changes in games probably somehow influence what we're doing to some extent, especially if we're using game engines. Like you both mentioned using Unreal, I use Unity. I mean, they're game engines. So perhaps to think through that and the different ways cameras function in the 3D programs and you know, interfaces we use. And then, you know, how do we want to like use the cameras on the devices that we use? Like you both mentioned, you know, XR, WebXR. I'm personally also very much a fan of Mozilla Hubs. You know, just looking at how, anyway, I have loads of things to say. I think it's a very good question. Who's looking, who's controlling the camera, who's behind the camera, as well as who's in front of it, and whose agenda is it that the camera shows what it's showing? That's kind of like the larger question, right? So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to share, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So being mindful of time, I'm going to move to the next session, but I did post a link again. I'll continue to spam the chat with the link to the Wonder Space, which ideally kind of can help. Oh shoot, which should give everybody an opportunity to talk further about these wonderful presentations. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bear with me for 1 second. I am not the person who can readily toggle between presentations anymore. I'm going to bring up our next group. I'm going to introduce our next session and bring up our next group of presenters. If you give me 1 second, I need to change the roles to speaker roles. Okay, which then should give them the opportunity and the ability to share their screens, to share work. Like I did with the last panel, I am really just going to introduce everybody by name and just remind everybody in the session to ideally kind of keep your talk between 10 and 15 minutes. If it does go overly long, this is the session before the break, so we could push a little bit into it. And obviously the 5 minutes that we're taking to set this up, we are going to move into a little bit into the break as well, which hopefully works out okay. Our first speaker in our next session, oops, is Laquan Colin Bacchus. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thanks for hosting this. I'm going to go through my presentation. I'm going to share my screen 1 minute. All right, can you see?
Yep. It's just starting.
All right, so thanks for having me. I'm going to go over a presentation that I did at Mozilla Festival in 2017. It was called Afro Scans, and essentially it explored many ideas around race, inclusion, and photogrammetry. And I was trying to explore ideas around what does it mean to 3D scan different skin tones, knowing the history of film. So it's not necessarily a film expert. I'm not a cinema student. I didn't do a film school or anything like that. My angle was through an academic bias lens. And so my viewpoint wasn't really informed by anything related to color theory per se, but more so understanding technology behind 3D scanning photogrammetry and understanding why different skin tones didn't necessarily scan as well as other skin tones. Not just Black folks, but people who have Asian skin tones or someone that may be Indigenous. A lot of those problems arose. I was also informed by various film history knowledge. I'll go into that as well, but my angle was more technical in nature than I would say understanding photogrammetry from color, film, and that kind of perspective. So here you can see a scan. This is one of my good friends, Rose, and this was my first attempt doing a 3D scanning. I was using a iPad and technology on the iPad. I used room software that was meant for scanning rooms, and then essentially upgraded to other various kinds of software. But essentially here the point is that when you're seeing darker skin tones, you don't see the same range of hues and tones that you would see on a lighter skin tone. So here you can see that, there's white within the black. Generally speaking, photogrammetry is not perfect, we know this, but it was something that was a consistent enough theme that it made me wonder why was this the case. And so I found many parallels in film where, a lot of the standard color for film and the way that it was rendered was based on lighter skin tones, primarily because that was who bought cameras at the time that this film was created. They've since, so for example, Kodak is a very obvious example, very popular example is the Shirley cards, which was used to color match and essentially illuminate photos in color. This has since been changed, but the standard is still the Shirley card. So sometimes you'll see it revert back to that. You can also see over here, like this is how someone who's darker would look in the Shirley card rendering their face versus someone who is Asian versus someone who is white. And so you have different kind of flushed out looks that don't necessarily reflect how they would look or the best standard of care or quality when it comes to those skin colors. And so here we can see, a very popular example of the modern approaches, which is Issa Rae. Like she specifically consistently explores this shift in her series. And so if you watch that series, you can definitely see a marked difference both in the daytime and in the darker scenes. You'll see people illuminated with various colors and tones, purples and pinks, versus washed out or disappearing in the dark. And we all know that happened to somebody in a photo before, and so that's where it comes from. And so for me, when I was exploring ideas of race and technology, I wanted to think about what does it look like to reimagine what it means to exist virtually. Do we have to look exactly like the, real life folks at the 3D scan? Not necessarily. But what do we envision ourselves as digital beings? What do we want to leave behind? What do you want to take with us? These are questions that we do need to explore and think about. Understanding skin tone is part of that conversation. And so through this project where I was 3D scanning various people in Toronto at the Mozilla Festival, engaging in conversations with folks who are in different fields, we discovered that the lighting conditions, much like in film, were also a main component. Clearly, if you're in a lighter space, you'll get a better shot in film, but also with photogrammetry and 3D scanning, it also mattered the time of day, the lighting angles, having different tones of light. So those were some things we explored and figured out along the way. So I'll show you one of our drafts of somebody that we 3D scanned. So before we had a lot of whites coming up, and then here we have a Toronto rapper who offered to get 3D scanned, and we had the proper lighting conditions. And here you can see that the darker skin tone is reflected, it's less fleshed out, and we didn't have the same issues that we faced in the first attempt. So that was the kind of exploration that we took. Okay. Oops. Good. And yeah, so hopefully as we journey into the future, we can think about these questions. What do we want a digital presence to look like and feel like? And what kind of stories do we want that to tell us about ourselves and our community and society? So that's it for me.
Thank you. That was terrific. Oh, I'm getting messages popping up all over here. So give me one moment while I try to do this once more. So our next speaker is Ella. Ella, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, but it says disabled video, so I can't turn my video on.
Oh, let me fix that. That is a problem on my end here. Okay. There you go. You should be able to share video now.
Okay, awesome. And I can share screen too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. All right. Hello, my name is Ella Cooper, and I'm the founding director of Black Women Film Canada, but I'm also a multidisciplinary artist, photo video artist, sometimes DP, sometimes director, also working in children's programming, and currently directing for TVO and building an animated series for CBC Kids. Yeah, and running a photo textile workshop starting this month. So I really am inspired by many different modalities, but I come here wearing my Black Women Film Canada hat today. And I guess what I'm not coming as someone who's really in the world of volumetric and VR, but that we actually brought some of our trainings, we focused our trainings in this landscape. And so a nutshell on Black Women Film is that we are not-for-profit dedicated to the basically supporting the longevity, the careers of Black women in film and media. And so essentially we are known for creating really transformative leadership programs that are trying to fill a gap. And one of the gaps that we saw was in this VR space. And so I'm just gonna share content. And I just wanna say that it's also really exciting to just even see those details around skin color and making this a space where we are represented. So thank you. I am on an iPad right now. It's a new iPad, but let's just see. When I say start broadcast, what happens? You might see my whole screen. Great, sharing screen. And now I'm going to go, if someone can just tell me if you see the this video. Do you see a video right now?
Yes. Okay,
awesome. It says view formation?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to give you some video references to who we are, what we're doing, and basically, I'm kind of setting the stage for Roya, who's one of our participants in the program. This first piece is actually an image of my work, and I'll let you watch it, and then I'll give some context, and then I'm going to move into some behind the scenes for Black Women Film. And no, this is not volumetric video. Are you able to hear sound?
I think so. Sounds like wind?
Yeah, yeah. So my work has really been about representation within the Canadian landscape, especially within our Western visual culture. And yeah, and just like the diversity of voices within our Black communities. I'm sharing an intergenerational project from Bodyland Identity that I actually hope to one day turn into a VR volumetric piece. And so I wanted to share with this group here in case there's some seed planting that can happen. But this work has been around looking at representation, national identity, a lot of stuff that are like really hot topics right now. But when I started doing this work, there was a real, there's a huge lack. Black Women Film did not exist, and there still to this date are no organizations of this kind. And so this video installation is circulated everywhere across Canada and was created with an intergenerational group of Black women from 3 different provinces. And so that aside, okay, let's see, trying to give you the information. Here we go. Sorry, everybody. Does this look like it's on its side, or can you see this properly, everyone?
Looks the right way to me.
Okay, sweet. So we started off with a partnership with Dames Making Games and created a VR weekend intensive, because what we saw was, you know, while there's lack of representation, there's just lack of Black folks altogether within this VR space. And we weren't coming with the knowledge of where to begin. And so our first VR weekend and masterclass was focusing on VR 360 with Dames Making Games at the Toronto Media Arts Center. And we had a lot of fun. And believe it or not, the people that you're seeing here went on to make major projects just as we were catalysts for this work. Then I'm going to show you. We have other programs that here we go. Cancel, play. Be kind. There we go. Play. So I'll also be showing examples of Roya's work if it starts. Sorry, everybody, technical difficulties. I'm just going to scrub through this. So essentially, we do a lot of hands-on experiences and an advanced cinematography program. But within that, our last VR program was around volumetric video. And I'm sorry, this is not going. It's such a sexy video. It would have been lovely to look at, but I'm not going to fuss about this right now. Okay, I'm gonna take it as a hint to stop screen sharing. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that we move in different ways to support the development of Black women in this industry. But within Volumetric, it was really fun because we were focusing on visual storytelling and narrative. And what was exciting is that the people who attended came with such a different angle on the work that they could create from their own personal experiences. There was a depth similar to the work that has already been discussed at the start of this panel, but from a Black perspective and from a Black woman identified and non-binary perspective. And what we found is that a lot of our programs in making the space, so we raised funds from multiple different funders and as well as working with various partners, to make it fully subsidized experience. So over 10 days, the people who attended our last VR weekend, this would have been, I guess, more of a boot camp. They really delved into volumetric video and they came in totally green with a lot of support from different individuals. And Roya DelSol, who's been involved in a lot of our programs, had a really exciting project that I remember seeing and being like, find funding for this, make this happen. And what's been exciting is that folks have been then going on to build their ideas in this space. I feel like I'm talking in different places. I think I'm maxed out in Zoom land in a way, but just to give you a context of like what's also happening from a Black woman film and media perspective and how we're actually trying to have a better understanding and access to this realm that, you know, where we aren't often present. And so I'm excited to be a catalyst for some of that change and what even a 10-day volumetric VR bootcamp can do for our participants. And I'll leave it at that. But if you'd like to know more about Black Women Film, what we do, you can go to the website. It's blackwomenfilm.ca. We've been running now for about 5 years, and our focus is really on high-level professional development. And not as a shameless plug, but as an opportunity, we'd love to work with more folks in the industry. I think that especially the perspective of women in this work and coming together with other Black women who are interested in going beyond sometimes traditional media, it's really, really exciting. And on that site, you'll see that we have an industry directory, access to a variety of different fully subsidized professional development opportunities and masterclasses, and a lot of mentorships as well. So yeah, that's us in a nutshell. And I will step back and make space for Roya to share what she's up to.
Thank you so much for giving that context and for kind of giving us actually a really great transition into our next speaker, who is Roya DelSol. Roya, are you here?
Oh, you're muted.
Hello, I'm here. Hi. Am I? I turned on my mic. Can y'all hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay,
You have an amazing sweater.
Thank you. My apartment is cold. But yeah, thanks for y'all for inviting me, Ella for inviting me to be a part of this talk. Yeah, so I guess we'll just get started. I'll talk really quickly, and also thank you, Ella, for doing that really good setup about Black women film. So I'll just talk like really briefly about myself. I kind of just like, when I have to write a bio and describe myself, I say that I'm kind of like a media artist and cultural worker, like living in Toronto. So I do create, Ella kind of showed a short clip of some of like my motion work, my kind of like more 2D motion work, so film work. And I've done stuff that kind of ranges from like lots of music videos, ranging from kind of like experimental doc style work. So, which is definitely a thing, actually, I really want to move more in that direction with like experimental documentaries and things in terms of film work. And just like within all the work I do, just trying to like center and uplift like Black folks, queer folks, people living on the margins. So yeah, I would say within like this year, like projects that I'm focused on are kind of really expanding within both like the curatorial and immersive media realms. So there are like 2 VR projects like I am working on. What I'm gonna share today is the game design document that I developed for this project that that was kind of birthed out of the workshop that Ella hosted, the kind of VR immersive, along with DMG and Gamma Space. And I'll share also some just like prototyping videos that I made in that workshop, so folks can kind of see like what that process was or what I came out of that process with. And then I'll also just like really briefly talk about another VR project that I'm working on. I don't actually have like any visual references for that right now, but I can just like talk about it. Also, I have a 2-screen setup, and the things that I'm looking at are on the other screens. So that's why it looks like I'm looking away. So I'm sorry if that's weird. But anyways, okay, so let me share my screen. And I'll just go through like the game design document for this project. Oh, and also actually, even before I really like delved into this game design document and stuff, just to talk really briefly about the VR immersive kind of intensive bootcamp that we did. Honestly, like I fully took that workshop just because I was like curious about VR, but I knew little to nothing prior to the workshop, other than just like being curious about it. But I'm really happy I did it because everyone in that workshop was super encouraging. There are other people like Izzy and Max, hi, who I see in the chat, who are also there, who are just like amazing supports in addition to Ella. So super, super happy I got to be a part of it and kind of really opened my world to what VR is and can be. And so yeah, I'll show you the project that I kind of came up with in that workshop and the game design document, because like that I developed like kind of out of that workshop for this project. So yeah, so 73% water, it's kind of like a VR experience that takes you through the mind space of the artist, and it utilizes the psychological framework of like negressence, which is basically like it was developed by a psychologist named William H. Cross when he was talking about like the process of Black racial identity formation. It specifically, I would say, is within the context of like a Western hemisphere where Black people are growing up and developing within like a dominant kind of white supremacist oppressive society, as opposed to like places where Black people are the dominant kind of culture and force and things like that and have dominant structural power. Although that's really debatable under neoliberalism, but anyways, so using the size of color, texture, and poetry, the player will move through a series of concentric spaces representing different portions of the artist's conscious mind versus like kind of the unconscious mind. And to represent each one of these stages of kind of like the development of the Black experience, there will be vignettes that portray the artist at different stages of that self-discovery. So those vignettes in each of those 5 stages, that's kind of where the volumetric video portion of this VR experience comes in. And each of those vignettes kind of have someone who's kind of like reciting a poem or things like that. And I can kind of like share more of that. So yeah, but basically it's kind of like you hit the title screen, then you move into the conscious space where you begin the experience, you move out to the unconscious space, and that's kind of where you again experience those interactive elements of the volumetric video. And I think also in here, I talk about kind of the kind of game triggers and other interactive elements. So gameplay in this VR experience is nonlinear and all the elements are on a loop. So you're free to navigate it as you so choose. To create like an indirect path, and that kind of emulates the indirect path that then you take on this road to self-discovery, because it's often nonlinear. And yeah, so just in terms of the art direction or what this space is looking like, kind of just like stretching it to be like an endless body of water, and that duality that my relationship with water makes it like an ideal environment for representing the conscious and unconscious. And I also think that like water and like the ocean, particularly the deep ocean, just like it really is a good representation for so many things unknown. So yeah, also space is divided concentrically into 2 categories of the mind, so the conscious and the subconscious. So the conscious space is where you start, and that's kind of the beginning of the experience. And again, the subconscious space is kind of where you explore. This is kind of just like a schematic to kind of really lay out both those spaces. And like for me, like the conscious space was chosen to be kind of this like rotating rainbow kind of aesthetic, because I feel like for me, like I think I'm a person that wants to assume that everything is fine. And so part of that kind of like really brightly colored aesthetic was my conscious mind being like, oh yeah, everything is fine, and then moving into kind of the darker spaces, which like I think also darkness tends to be associated with negativity, but I also think like it can be like an ever expanding vastness, potentials for opportunities, exploration, things unknown, whatever. And so the conscious space looks pretty, but then it has really discordant sound. But then like the subconscious space like looks, I guess, more like unknown and darker, but then has like really calming kind of sound cues and things like that. So kind of like playing with that a little. So yeah, I think I kind of talk about that here, but I'm speeding through this because I feel like I'm talking a lot. Yeah, so yeah, this talks about the audio design for the conscious space. So yeah, for example, so in the conscious space also, like the kind of like audio cue, is this poem by Langston Hughes called Suicide Note. So it's like the calm, cool face of the river asking for a kiss. Whereas in the unconscious space, the audio cue is a poem actually by a friend who wrote this poem. So it's like very special and important to me. But it's called like Black Woman, and it says, they are 1 part fire and 2 parts resilience, our brilliance will not be denied. So that's kind of what you hear when you move into the subconscious space. And yeah, as you cross between kind of the conscious and the subconscious spaces, there's kind of this discordant sound where you can hear them overlapping, and that's kind of like representing the anxiety of like fear of discovering the unknown. But kind of once you get to the other side, it's like, okay, I'm glad I'm doing this shadow work. So yeah, I'm like, where am I at time-wise? Because I want to make.
You're doing okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so anyways, just talking about like interactive elements as well, like basically to trigger each of the vignettes, it's kind of like these fluctuating floating volumes of water that folks interact with. And then that triggers each one of the stored memories for the project. So each one was stored like, and these again are the volumetric video memories of an actor reciting short poems that represent each stage of kind of this theory that I talked about. So again, poetry reference in each one of these vignettes are like by other queer Black artists that help me learn about and process emotions surrounding Black identity. So yeah, that's a key feature of the project in the sense that like in Black culture, I think that like both spoken word, rap, oral histories are a large part of Black culture. And so wanted to kind of include that and embed that within the storytelling of this work. So yeah, these are just like some of the poetry excerpts for like each of the projects or for each of, the stages and the volumetric video kind of vignettes. So I think like, I don't feel like it's necessary for me to go through like each one of these poems in the stages. So I think the next thing that I want to just like show you is just the prototyping video that I was able to make in the workshop. And so we did shoot kind of this prototype video, I think on like an Xbox Connect, and we used Depth Kit, and then that was imported into Unity. And so I think what you'll see is like, I think there are ways of shooting volumetric video or kind of like very advanced volumetric video setups where you're shooting from multiple camera angles to really get the full picture. Here you'll see that kind of like, I think like some of the videos that LaQuan showed, like it kind of just like bleeds off into the background because the Connect was only grabbing us from one angle. So you do get the depth from one angle, but it's not the full depth.
Roya, I don't think we're seeing your video.
Oh, oops. Sorry, okay, hold on. Let me reshare.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I shared only for the document. So here, okay. So this is just like a little 1-minute video. I don't think it has sound. So yeah, this is just showing me kind of, sorry, let me pause that. That's just showing me, that's just like a little 15-second outtake showing me, I think this is something I actually posted to my story. But you can see in the top left, kind of the volumetric video content as it's recorded. And then you can see the same thing kind of placed in the space in Unity, in the prototype in Unity. So yeah, and this is just me like navigating that prototype project file in Unity so you can kind of see that volumetric video placed in the prototype of the environment. And again, you can kind of see that you're kind of catching the depth from the front, but not necessarily the back when I like navigate around that. But yeah, so that's kind of what I was able to do in like the Black Woman Film VR workshop, and I have continued to build on that. So that's kind of like the first project that I want to talk about. And then the second project that I'm working on in VR, I don't have visual references, but I did just want to like talk about it really quickly. So I am currently like curating a VR exhibition with a bunch of Black artists. It's going to be showing at Trinity Square Video July 2022, so summer this year. And kind of, it's called Black Box, and it's really kind of exploring, kind of trying to abandon the framework of the Colonial Museum to imagine what like a future Black art space could look like, and kind of like extracting the concept of a Black box. So a Black box, for those who don't know, is just described as an object whose implementation is opaque and is viewed purely in terms of its inputs and outputs without any knowledge of its internal workings. So Black Box considers archives and art spaces and art making as a means for knowledge transfer and preservation. And almost anything can be referred to as a Black Box. So we're like thinking like a transistor, an algorithm, or human brain. And so this curatorial project then expands to imagine we're thinking about an art space as a Black box, so built on the principles of Black sovereignty. And the function of this Black box is to obfuscate Black communities and knowledge from like the white gaze. So in this Black space, Blackness would then turn inwards and focus on sustaining and propagating rather than maintaining an outward focus. And in this future, Black communities have reconnected to nature and ancestral ways of being, knowing that links scientific and spiritual knowledge. And in line with this kind of decolonial perspective, museums and art spaces become spaces of community and creation in addition to preservation. So that's something that I'm working on with quite a few Black artists. And like, I did want to bring it up specifically because with this project, like, I really wanted to work with artists who hadn't worked in VR before, but wanted to kind of expand into that realm, or artists who I thought like maybe even hadn't considered expanding into that realm, but I thought like whose work would work really well in that space. And it's funny because like quite a few of the artists that I'm working with have said, oh, like, I didn't think I'd ever work in VR, but like this project idea seemed really cool and now I'm doing it. And so one of the artists that I'm working with, her name is Kendin Kuro. She is a digital performance artist based in Montreal. Definitely check her out, check out her work because she's really brilliant. And I'm working with her to develop kind of like a performance that will be on volumetric video that will like exist in that space. I don't have visual references for that yet because it's still like in development, but yeah, so I think that's everything. Yeah, thank y'all for listening to me speak.
Thanks. I'm going to bring back up I'm going to bring this thing back up again. But what I am hoping to do is open up for maybe a couple of questions. The priority to the questions, I think, is going to go to folks that are on the panel first. And then if we have some time left over, we can potentially sneak some questions in, or we can move the discussion into the Wonder Space. But yeah, I would invite speakers from this session to ask each other questions, if you have them. Give each other compliments.
I'm just excited. I mean, I think this is why I do this work, you know, like to see what Roya is doing. And yeah, like I feel a warm fuzzy for all the Black Women Film alumni. And I also feel really excited to meet you, Laquan, and I'm just excited to see what folks do. What, you know, when you get those tools and you start moving it from the realities you want to see, it's super exciting. And yes, I have to give some big ups to Max and Izzy as well, who are here. They were huge for our volumetric video workshop. But I guess I don't have questions. I actually just right now feel really excited.
I like want to have questions, but I feel like I just finished talking and I'm so like, oh, that I'm still trying to come down and have good questions. So yeah, I don't know if Laquan, you have questions or people in the chat have questions.
Yes, I mean, for me, I mean, I'm really happy to see so many different angles to this. And so my main question I have is, you know, how do you see this in the future? What do you see the growth of this looking like? You know, do you want to think about, I know you have VR worlds you're exploring, you know, what does it feel like? Is there a different experience for you, someone that's Black creating this work? You come from a different place, and what does that look like, you know, in the future?
Sorry, Laquan, could you repeat your question one more time? Only because my internet just did a jumping in and out thing, so I feel like I missed a lot of what you said. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So I know that we're Black women on a panel here talking about VR. What do you see this happen like in the future? How do you see this growing, or and do you see yourself kind of in a different place than you would think? You know, maybe others who have in the past have created from. I know for me, I find myself having to, you know, for example, a current work I'm working on at the projection mapping project, and I have to call folks in Trinidad, call folks in Africa to get perspectives on various things. Is that part of your process? Do you have a different way of working that you would care to share?
Mm-hmm. I guess I can answer. So I feel like I have been kind of like working a bit in like isolation, but I'm actually like taking part in this like immersive thing actually with Oya a lot. They started that like VR immersive project. And so like, I feel like for me, that's also been like a space to really like connect with other like Black VR creators and like really like be able to like bounce more ideas off people, which I think has like been very, very good to like have more like Black creators specifically to like really like bounce ideas and things off of. In terms of like how I see it expanding and growing, I feel like I'm not the most informed person to answer this question, but for me, I just like want more people to like Ella created like a space for me to be like, oh, I can explore this. Like, I just want to like encourage more people to like explore VR and like not be afraid of it, I guess. So that's like when I developed this exhibition, that's why I did want to like work with folks who actually like weren't necessarily working that space, because I felt like there were a bunch of like really talented artists that I thought would like thrive in that space. And I was like, okay, like let's actually like try something new and like work with an environment designer if you don't feel like you can like create your own assets and kind of like work together to make stuff happen. Laquan, I'm curious to hear you answer that question that you just
Yes, yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like this is my own experience, but creating community is a big thing that I see as Black folks, is that this is something that is inherent to the work. So I know, we all know tech bro mentality, like that's something that's overarching and kind of umbrellas, a lot of the other great work that we've seen, not just us, but across this whole symposium, where it gets, overshadowed by that. And I feel like that's something that's we could definitely explore more, is, how to work in community, create in a way that encourages the transition from the past to the future, where we're creating an Afro-futuristic perspective.
There's also this element of
but we're also looking back as well. So everybody can say any answer, but it's great to hear different perspectives on it. Yeah.
I also often think a lot about access. Like there's something been really special about, I can't remember if we've done 2 or 3 VR workshops now. And it's also like the folks who come together in the space, like you're speaking to, Roya. And then I also think about like, who is the audience who has access? Because I noticed that there was a depth to the conversations happening in the work. They were equally inspiring to the participant to go through, as well as the creators themselves. But the access piece I find is huge, because it always feels like it's something out there for folks who might not be working in this all the time. And like, I come from a new media background, and so I'm always curious about, these other modalities. But if it's not in your psyche, it isn't viewed as a tool. And so I also think about like, how do we then take your work and Roya's work and actually put it in spaces where it's relevant and being accessed by Black communities, as well as informing and changing like heteronormative white VR spaces,
Totally. And even for me, like, I didn't intend to go to the media. It was an accident. I was helping a friend build a website, and then I started doing other creative things like building Chrome extensions and projection mapping. I was just doing it as part of creative things that I was doing, not really knowing, oh, this is an interesting field, that people work in this field. And it was really just me exploring ideas and being creative on the side. Like, it wasn't something I intended to do. And so you're right, like, it's not something, like, there's no way my parents would have even thought about this being something you could, like, they don't know like these words, like, it doesn't even exist. So for sure, like, even just access to any technology, not just software or technology related to film or photogrammetry, but access to any technology, even a computer, is something that people don't have to even access the internet. So you're definitely right on that for sure. Yeah.
Cool. And Joseph has put some interesting shout outs in the chat. The chat's got some, nice stuff going on if folks haven't seen that there too. But cool. Yeah. It's funny because I think even there's like the imposter syndrome of being in these spaces sometimes, and I just, I love hearing about your work, because it's, it's just inspiring. Like, you know, Gadi Conte George was also one of, she participated in our 360 video, but has also just run with it and created so much amazing work. And Nadine Valcin, like, you know, folks who are here in the symposium today. And yeah, I think that's also what makes the change. But that reminder of play is so huge. Like, this doesn't have to be like arduous and painful. This can be literally something that is fun.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's the point. For me, that's the point, to be fun. I should have been stressed out doing this. Cool. Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, there was a hand that popped up a moment ago and then disappeared. Oh, Slav has a question. Okay, I think you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Ella invited me to one of the prototype sessions at Dames Making Games. So I got to see Roya, one of yours, a couple of years ago. And I really, in your talk, at that talk, I really enjoyed how you talked about, and I think you phrased it as the Black consciousness when you think about entering interactive spaces, and you defined it as looking at it as a pre-encounter, encounter, immersion, internalization, and internalization commitment. And I had to look back at it. We had a Twitter exchange about it. So that's how I know I wrote it down. So
I was like, wow, you took some serious notes. That's awesome.
No. And I really loved hearing how you talked about interaction theory and entering spaces from a Black perspective. And I just wondered if you could touch on it again, because I thought it was such a profound perspective that I have never heard before. So maybe we can just maybe talk more about that a bit.
Yeah, no. So that kind of like framework of like immersion, like encounter and internalization, that's actually really built off of William H.'s Cross, his kind of theory of nigrescence and kind of like in terms of like Black identity formation. So that is kind of like so I'll kind of just really quickly recap it. So like pre-encounter is kind of this idea of like you're absorbing kind of many of the beliefs and values of like dominant white culture. And you're kind of largely unaware of kind of those implications. So that's kind of like the first stage of like how someone interacts. And I chose like a poetry excerpt to kind of like represent that. And then the next stage, I think, is encounters. So that's kind of like you're forced by like a series of events to acknowledge like the impact of racism in your life, and the reality of like Blackness versus whiteness and things like that, and where your identity is as a member of a group that's targeted by racism, right? And then the next stage is immersion. So that's really kind of like you experience that desire to surround yourself with like visual symbols of like your racial identity and kind of like actively avoid or actively speak out against like symbols of whiteness, and use that to explore aspects of your history and culture. And then internalization is kind of like, you know, kind of being secure in one's sense of racial identity. Your pro-Black attitudes become more expansive, open, less defensive. And also there becomes like a willingness to kind of establish meaningful relationships with folks who are kind of outside of your respective self-definition. And then internalization is kind of like that last phase. So that's when you found really solid ways to kind of translate your personal sense of racial identity into a plan of action, and kind of into a general sense of commitment and like concern for like Black folks as a whole. And so for me, like all of those kind of like each of those stages was going to be like represented or is represented by kind of like a poetry excerpt and things like that. Like one of them is like an excerpt from like A Woman Speaks by Audre Lorde, represents kind of like the internalization phase, where it's like, I have been a woman for a long time. Between my smile, I am treacherous with old magic and noon's new fury. With all of your wide futures promised, I am woman and I am not white. So that's kind of like the internalization.
Could you say that again, but slower?
Yeah, sorry, I read really fast. I have been woman for a long time. Beware my smile. I'm treacherous with old magic. And noon's new fury, with all your wide futures promised, I am woman and not white. So that's an excerpt from A Woman Speaks by Audre Lorde. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, hope that answered or expand on that. And thank you so much for like, I'm really shook and shocked and touched that you remembered all that. So thank you for coming back and sharing.
Roya, it's so brilliant. I will hear it again and again and again. And I just am looking forward to see how your work continue. Everybody's work here continues. And Ella, thank you again for inviting me to see it in person. So.
Thank you so much too for a wonderful way to kind of lead us into the break. Thank you so much for everybody who was on this panel. Thank you for the discussion afterwards, the questions. Everything was really just excellent, and I'm so happy that you could spend time with us here today to share your work. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much.
I'm going to bring us into a bit of a break, I think. So I have, again, the reminder, as always, that we have a virtual platform that is available for people to kind of go in and continue the conversation. I know this last one in particular has given us a lot to think about, but also our first session was wonderful as well. If this could be a good time to kind of go into the wonder discussion to kind of share thoughts and feelings. It could also be a great time to take a break so that you're not sitting in front of a screen all the time, and you get a little bit of care in there. So so we will break until, if you will bear with me, I just want to make sure that I am absolutely giving you the correct information. We will be breaking until 1:15, and 1:15 our next session will start here. So what I think I'm going to do is leave the space open, but we will be returning at 1:50. Okay. Thank you. Have a great break. Oh, I have to make sure. For a second, I'm like, am I on mute? Is my video going? Yes, it is. But okay, excellent. See you soon. Thanks again. Hi, everybody. 1 second. I'm just trying to wrangle some folks from Wonder, but they seem involved in a heated discussion. So I think I'm gonna leave them and hope they wander over naturally. Welcome back, everybody. Hold on 1 second. I am not entirely sure what I'm sharing. I want to make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Okay, just quick confirmation. People can hear me. They can see me. They can see 1 max. We're 1 max short. All right. We're at maximum maxes. Let me just verify that everybody has the right permissions and everything. Cool. Okay. So this is our next session. I am going to play double duty and be on this session as well as be the host. And yeah, so we'll start off with Max and move on to Maxwell, and then we'll totally move out of the Maxes and I'll give a short little talk as well. Max, did you want to take it away?
Sure. Thanks, Cindy. I apologize. I'm doing this from bed because I just moved and it's the only seat in the house. So I'm Max Ellinger. I have been following volumetric stuff since like 2014, when I think the real inciting incident was actually a talk that James George made at the Museum of Moving Images that like 10 people attended. And I was super excited because I grew up playing really nerdy adventure games that leverage 2D video under the promise that someday Hollywood and video games would collide, and they pretty quickly figured out that real-time graphics were more compelling and more interactive, and so they let that idea slide. But I for whatever reason was really hooked on the idea of using video to tell interactive stories. And as soon as I saw volumetric, I was like, aha, we've come full circle. We have real-time and video together. So why did I set out to do this? You know, I've always sort of thought of art as a way to figure something out, as a tool to think. And a lot of my work with my therapist has been about embodied trauma and using, you know, ritual to release that. And I thought it would be really cool to create a space in VR to help me figure out, for lack of a better word, my shit. And also kind of explore just in like a very personal way, like what the process of making something for yourself and interacting with it and using it as a healing tool could look like. And so I wanted to work from like a very intuitive place. I wanted to work from a place of, you know, these are my feelings, how are they best conveyed, versus I think a very traditional approach, which would be more like, you know, let's build a horror game with clowns. And as I have developed my practice, I see more and more benefits to sitting down and wanting to make a horror game about clowns. But, you know, I really wanted to kind of take a sideways queer approach to making something with volumetric video. And then around 2015, I saw a play called Ghost Rings. And it is a song cycle in which this woman, Tina Satter, tells the story of her childhood relationship with her sister and how that relationship transitioned into adulthood. And she kind of lost that sister to drug use. And at the same time, there's a parallel narrative of this budding, tender queer romance between these two girls, and their songs. And so you have this like fiction, and then you have Tina Satter's real kind of personal monologues, and the two inform each other and kind of create the sensation of something greater than the sum of its parts, right? Like it seemed very much like here she was explaining what happened, and then on the side here is this like metaphorical thing of like how it felt, and to me that seemed like a really exciting format for kind of what I was trying to do. So I did something kind of bold and quit my job and was like, okay, I'm going to do it. And around that time, it felt like multicam volumetric video was right on the corner, and this was like a really good time to kind of get on the ground floor and start making stuff. So I made what I'll call version 0, which is this really abstract prototype that felt like a weird dream, and it confused people. It used single sensor volumetric. And I did it as part of this very strange Oculus program called Oculus Launchpad that basically pit minorities against each other in a sprawling sparring death battle. I'm losing my words. To see who could win $50,000 from Oculus. It was this kind of strange, maybe well-intentioned program. I don't know. Needless to say, Oculus did not understand what I was making, but that was okay. But it definitely got me committed to seeing this thing through and to just testing out some ideas with ways in which volumetric video could be used to tell a personal story and take learnings from theater. So at this point, I want to call out the downsides to making work that involves figuring something out. First of which is finishing it actually might involve figuring out the thing. So in this case, I think I was making a game to figure out the nuances of a traumatic first love breakup experience that I had when I was like 16, 17. And kind of reliving it and coming to new understandings through like adult eyes and an adult lens. So in order to, say something salient about it and for it to hold weight, I actually had to work on that relationship and find new meaning in it and figure out what I was making. So I will say that maybe was setting myself up for more pain in addition to working in a brand new medium and doing something inherently risky. And, involved in that, you also have to remain open to the possibility that you might set out to do something and discover something new in the process. And you also have to be really honest with yourself for it to work. So I did the prototype, and then I used that prototype to do a Kickstarter, which honestly was a pretty thoughtless approach. It was more like, that's what you do. You do a Kickstarter because you need money to do a thing. But in retrospect, it would have been useful to have a more solid understanding of what exactly I was making. But on the other side, it's been amazing to have a community to hold me accountable and to kind of push the project through and make sure that I do it and that I hold it to what I'll say is like a customer-friendly standard. Meaning I'm making something that I can just send out to people as an executable as opposed to something that's very site-specific. So version 1, after I did the Kickstarter, my first instinct was to add all this complicated backstory to this plot that didn't matter. So in the conceit, it was like you're in this kind of virtual therapy world, and you're trapped in a room with your ex, and all this stuff happens. And so was there like a crazy like company, a startup that was actually behind why this is happening, and like what are the internal politics at this startup, and all these side characters, and what I realized and what the feedback was that people could tell that I was really bored by those parts, meaning that they were once again sort of like this weird, like I'm seeped in culture, you're telling a story like thoughtlessly, like this is what a story needs in order to be valid, and it just kind of like weighted the whole thing down, and was really, frankly, kind of boring. Lots of scenes that didn't really like transition very smoothly. Lots of just kind of like I had certain images of certain scenes that I wanted, like that I think probably were scenes that called out from my own memory, but I didn't necessarily like have how they all linked together. And it was still a pretty passive experience. So we hadn't figured out like what is the language that you use to interact with characters so that it feels, when you're telling a story, you know, predicated on relationship and predicated that you're bonding with this volumetric character, you know, you need a, I think a way to have like a direct input output kind of relationship where you're doing something and they're responding and you're bonding together. And also I didn't want to admit what I was doing. Like at the time, I think I still felt a healthy amount of shame about making this very elaborate, ultimately expensive sad boy like emo game that was really just about like my heartbreak. And you know, if I was more honest with myself and kind of owned what it was, I think in the beginning more, then it would have maybe saved me time. Maybe I wouldn't have felt the impulse to tack on all these things to obfuscate the reality, which was that this was essentially like my version of the vagina monologues. So then version 2, that was sort of like starting to figure out the rules of the game, based on this esoteric text from the 80s called Hands of Light, which was all about this notion that every relationship sort of involves an exchange of energy, and that if you just buy all the books and take this woman's courses that cost a lot of money, you too can learn how to perceive and manipulate that energy. In this book, she posits that people push each other, they pull each other, they hold their energy to like stonewall people. And so because, you know, there's not like some crazy AI that lets you talk to volumetric characters yet, I'm basically using the verbs that came from this text to allow the player to have a relationship with their ex character. And there's an in-game fiction reason why that makes sense. So it sort of gave it some scaffolding. Still had a lot of images and scenes that kind of stood alone, but was starting to find the sort of internal logic of it. So it was starting to come together a little bit easier. So then version 3, you know, we have the rhythm. This is all in a Google Doc, by the way. Like we haven't even shot. Like this is all like pre-production. I could be talking about making anything, but I think there is actually something specific about volumetric and interactive storytelling in like this particular flow. Version 3, we have the rhythm, the tone, the language, the key images kind of all in place. Everything is sort of tied together. Metaphors and ideas are grounded in reality. We got into this tension of, you know, this is how it felt. So the player goes through this experience and you know, has these bonding moments with this ex character, and maybe they understand how it felt. But there was maybe a bigger question that wasn't being answered of like, why do I care? So there's a disadvantage of being thrown into a world with certain assumptions about your relationship to the characters and inhabitants of that world, versus, you know, developing those relationships and showing the origins with the player from the start. So this game is really in media res, and if anything, it's like going backwards. And so what ended up happening was when we went to shoot the volumetric capture with an actor, you could just feel in the room that like people got it, but they didn't necessarily. You could just feel that like the things that I thought would gonna land better just weren't landing, which is a huge piece of advice of like with volumetric capture and with performance. Rehearse this from day one in a room with no cameras. Like you can get so much value out of just sort of employing the tools of theater making. And I don't think when I started this, I understood how literally I was making theater that just happened to be constructed in VR. And have certain conventions sort of different. And also the importance of performance too. This was my first time working with actors, and I worked with a bunch of them on this project. And, I don't think I actually had a lot of respect for the job going into this, and the skill set that comes with being able to actually memorize a script and deliver it so that, in the room, you can really focus on the direction. And so I would say if you're doing something like this, learn about casting, learn about like the gradients of actors and the skill set. And I'm wrapping up here. Version 4. This is the latest version. This is sort of my full circle version with ghost rings. What I realized is like, what literally happened, meaning like me telling the story of like the crazy shit that went down when I was 16, maybe isn't the best conduit for explaining how it felt to me. But then showing how it felt doesn't explain like why it matters, and that this medium is good for both. It's actually maybe disadvantaged at telling a traditional ABCD story. So meaning in a traditional story in VR, I tend to get very bored. There tends to be a lot of showing of things that don't necessarily feel relevant and important to the plot that you might expect in a TV show, characters walking in and out of rooms, that kind of thing. And so, playing to the strengths of VR and taking what I could learn from the play Ghost Rings and juxtaposing my own personal monologue and personal essay stuff with all of the weird fiction elements that I developed to convey more of like the feeling. And it was very helpful. Ultimately, it was helpful. The practice of making it was helpful as a therapy tool for me. It was helpful as an exercise, as a goal to get into this world. At the same time, if you just want to make something, I think that you can make it a lot easier on yourself than what I did. And ultimately, I think that the issue that I had going through this is reminding myself and remembering that feelings matter, right? Because when you are, I think at one point, Alexander Porter referenced like the narcissism in this exercise, meaning like you really have to believe that your feelings matter to put this so much work into conveying these feelings. And in the middle of it, a friend of my family who had been a big supporter of me and backed the Kickstarter just like died. And it was really interesting because my relationship with her was really sealed and formed during the period of the breakup. And what I realized was, so much of what I valued about her as a person were these insane sex stories that she would tell. And then always emphasizing that she eventually settled for her husband and that she didn't regret settling for her husband, but she definitely settled. And there was all this other stuff that was like way more important that I understood than her relationship to her husband. And then she died, and then all these stories went away. And I realized there was no one else I could really talk to because I don't think she had really shared them with anyone else. And so I realized that like I would want to have that of this person. And so somehow in a weird way that gave me the permission that I needed and the feeling that maybe like there was some value in what I was doing. Real briefly, I want to touch on the journey from a tooling perspective. I started out using single camera depth kit, and part of the extended timeline of this project was a result of the fact that there were so many extended timelines to the creation of affordable multi-camera volumetric tools. And then they ultimately didn't actually come to exist, and not in a way that was accessible to me. So I think for artists, it's important to remember that startups aren't your friends. One person could get fired at a company and the entire dynamic could change. And that impacted me and my project in a really huge, important way. And so I think it's absolutely critical that we have our own tools that the community can really own and foster and develop separately from the dynamics of the marketplace, because ultimately you know, we have to understand the value that we provide as artists to these companies, and understand that, you know, we're a marketing line item in a bigger picture. And just to make sure that the boundaries there are set appropriately, and that we understand that exchange in a really literal way. And to that end, I now work for a volumetric capture company, and my role is actually mostly in just guaranteeing that what happened to me with the first tool that I used doesn't happen to anyone else. So if you're making something or interested in making something, let me know. I'd love to help. But that's been my journey. There were no slides. This was just me talking. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, I posted this very, very polite question saying, if you're referencing slides, just let us know that we're listening to you talk. But the story itself was so personal and intimate that it also worked. It worked with just the talking. So I'm glad that my initial read on that was the one that you were intending. This works out great. Okay, next up is also Max.
I too am a Max. And I do have slides, which is funny because I actually hate slides. And so preparing them is a thing that I don't know why I did, but I did them anyway. Yes, hello, I am Max. I'm going to share my screen. It's going to be great for you, maybe less for me. This guy. Yeah. Hopefully everybody can see what's up. I didn't realize when I was prepping this that the Maxes were going to be, hey, this is kind of bad, in fact. But here we are, having probably different but potentially similar experiences dealing with volumetric video and VR. Apologies. I am Max Lander. I am a VR developer by day and a weird artist also by day, and a game designer sometimes in the middle of the night. I do a lot of things, and I have done a lot of things over the years. I started, as I think a lot of people did, coming from photography and film, and have done that for a really long time, and then moved into making interactive media and games, and with that also came volumetric video and VR. A frog has overtaken me. But my work has always been around queerness and the body. And one of the things that I think is kind of interesting about me is that I'm quite against authenticity personally, which I think puts me a little bit different position than a lot of people we've been hearing from today who are doing super rad work that is not the work that I want to do, because I think that authenticity is a price that we ask marginalized people to pay in order to be in the art conversation, and I'm not interested in paying that price. And I think that marginalized folks should be able to play in fantasy and fetish and exploration, and have their work be treated just as valuable if it is not about their deep, dark, dirty stories. That being said, a lot of the stuff that I do is deep, dark, and dirty. Which I transferred into coming into talking about VR and volumetric video. Those are the places that a lot of my work sat, and I wanted to carry that into interactive media. The bottom picture here is an exhibition I did at Come Up to My Room a couple of years ago, whenever the pandemic didn't exist, and it spans like photography and electronics and VR, and a bunch of stuff, and it's all kind of centered around how these things kind of interplay, how technology interplays with the body, and what that means for queerness, and what that means for desire, and what that can mean for trans folks. And I wanted to pull that into all of the other work that I was doing. A brief aside, this is my masterpiece. It's not my masterpiece. I have lots of masterpieces. This is one of them. This is the thing that I think VR is good at, which is very different than what other people think VR is good at. This is a game made with a Vive and a Vive tracker, where people look really silly, but they have a boatload of fun, and don't in any way, shape, or form do anything that it looks like what they're doing, and the interplay between how we can get people to use their bodies because of this really body-centric technology is one of the things that's really fascinating to me, which is part of the difficulty with volumetric. I'm going to talk about some other difficulties in a hot minute. But sometimes the work that I do, or the work that I get hired to do, is volumetric. A couple of the projects that I have worked on, one being, I think Cindy's going to talk a little bit more about, is the one at the bottom, which we have a video of. It's cool. It's neat. It's your semi-classic volumetric video aesthetic at this point. I think it was less classic, whatever, 4 years ago when it was started, but I think it's the way in which single sensor volumetric video kind of looks cool in digital and VR space. And so there's a lot of us that have kind of flocked to it looking like this. But it is an interactive VR piece, and a lot of the questions that we were trying to tackle were about how do you make captured media interactive, potentially responsive, all of the things that kind of we all struggle with as creators in the space. And the other one is, I'm not going to play this video. I'm going to play this video. Is Fiery Sparks of Light, which is a project that I was the developer on. It's a CFC media project that took volumetric capture of poets reading poetry, and then made an AR app out of it. Or this video isn't going to, I don't know. And put them in phones in AR on top of the book of poetry themselves, which is pretty neato, and actually taught me a lot of lessons about what I both strongly dislike about volumetric video, but also where I think it could be cool and improved. So why does it suck is the question. So part of the reason the camera existed, and all, like, it still does, but when it was introduced and all of a sudden a camera that cost $100,000 to rent today became $10,000 to rent today, as if that made a literal difference to anybody. People who can rent a camera for 10,000 days are the same people that rent cameras for 100,000 days, but $100,000 a day. But that brought around a bunch of even better, even smaller cameras, and then even more better, smaller cameras. And then all of a sudden you could buy a camera for $400 that you could make a whole feature-length film from if you wanted to. And with that came a whole slew of software suites that you could access on your phone, that you could access for free, and 700,000 blogs that helped you work through how to integrate those technologies, how to do it on a budget, how to make it yourself, how to hack it all together. Volumetric video is going in the opposite direction. It is one of my problems with the contemporary landscape of most technology. When I started working in volumetric video, which again wasn't a million years ago, it was probably 4 years ago, you grabbed a Connect. They were still kind of about. You signed up to like chat with DevKit a little bit, and then you made a weird little piece. And it was kind of expected and understood that it was going to be scrappy, and that it was going to be experimental, and probably, like, I got my first Connect trading it for a stranger on the internet for like a blender or something, and was up and ready in an hour. And now we have Connects don't really exist. They're hard to find. The adapters are also hard to find. And the software has become less accessible, not more somehow. One tier of the software is more money than I've ever made in a single year for a year subscription. So that's like the point. That's where the cool stuff lives, is at the part that is fully doing 360 or multi-camera capture, is a thing that is not a thing that I could ever do without the networks that we have access to. And what's cool is that we have these networks at symposiums like this, and at places like DMG, and in partnerships with places like Black Women Film, where we can overcome those obstacles. But that doesn't mean that those obstacles don't exist, right? Like the community's developing tools for overcoming the inaccessibility of a technology does not mean that a technology is accessible. In fact, it highlights just the opposite. And one of my big problems with volumetric is that it is going in the opposite direction. Knowledge comes gated by those price points, right? The knowledge of how to do it. I am the person who comes in and does the technological integration for projects frequently, right? Like, I am somebody who is the developer, is behind the scenes, has the knowledge of how to integrate these things, and it's rough out there. Because when I talk about knowledge and accessibility, what I mean is accessibility to creators, not accessibility to developers. And I think there is a huge problem with the way we discuss technology about how accessible it is to developers, because there's an open source or a behind the scenes developer community versus to creators. And creators is what matters. Developers as a developer don't matter. How cool a technology is directly relative to how easy it is for a creator to grok, and it ain't there. And then there's this use, audience, platform question, which I think is the biggest way in which the technology is getting less and less accessible. When we started working in volumetric and even VR, it was going to become more accessible. There were going to become more tools. There was going to become a plethora of options for people to engage with. And now there is Facebook, and Facebook is legitimately one of the evilest entities on the planet. And by like every metric you could possibly assess something from, they're super evil. And they are dominating the scene, and they are dominating the conversation about volumetric and VR and dissemination. And what that means is that the people that I care about can't access this, which has been a conversation in VR. That's not a new conversation, right? Like but it is weirdly getting narrower and narrower and narrower. And I think that the unspoken default of volumetric being in hand with VR is part of the issue with how we're relating to this media. There's a couple like assumptions that we take when we go into making these medias that I think are hurting the medium at large. One of them is VR. We want to be able to see around the video because that's what's cool about it. It's volumetric. And how else could we do that but in VR? I get why those things are related. I also think it's a problem because I think that VR is dead, should be dead, whatever, it's fine. I play it, it's fun. But I think that the one of the things, I was thinking about this as Max was just speaking, but one of the things about VR is that it's cool because of how you have an embodied experience, how you have an interactive experience. It's not cool because you put on a headset and listen to a story, for the most part. Some people love those stories, but the interactivity and the feeling it in your body and having that experience that is about this and about this having an impact on whatever you're on is what it's about, right? And without that, without being that a center point of our design, it does get really boring really fast. And if that technology is becoming inaccessible to people, then I'm not sure that we who care about marginalized people should be developing things that go hand in hand with that technology until those companies are interested in changing the way that they relate to things. It's only a matter of time before volumetric video becomes the center point of NFTs, right? Anyway, I'm very ranty. I'm very grumpy about these things today. But can it be good is the real question. I'm not gonna be super mean and just be super downer and not give anybody a way out. No, I don't think it can. That's a lie. Maybe? No, maybe. Some of the things that I think, I'm talking very quickly because I'm at 11 minutes, but some of the things that I think that VR, that volumetric video can do to be cool is to get back to available technology that is cheap. What that usually means is on a phone. As a medium, it needs to be less about technological process and progress. Those things don't serve any creators for the most part. The conversation, if you're sitting and somebody's saying, oh, it's super accessible, oh, it's lovely, oh, it's so cutting edge, run away. That just means it's hard, it's difficult. They haven't thought about how their UX is going to go over. They haven't thought about how their tools face to creators, which is the second point, which I think we need to start developing creator-facing and open tools. Recently, I have become a person who develops tabletop role-playing games. And one of the wonderful things about the tabletop role-playing game community is that almost everybody who is like an indie person developing in that space shares their tools, shares their projects, shares the hacks that they've figured out. And that doesn't mean doing things like this where we're talking about our process, because talking about our process is great. It's a wonderful idea for idea generation. It is not the same as me being able to go online and literally download the project you made behind the scenes so I see how you integrated, so I can reverse engineer whatever it is you've done. Or doing an actual tutorial, right? A lot of us are so caught up in how difficult the tools are to get working that we don't have a lot of time or energy to make tutorials, but those are the things that make the community wonderful. Also recognizing that weird people is what makes technology interesting. And if you don't give it to weird people, it's not an interesting technology. But my biggest takeaway is actually that I think, to reiterate, I think we got to get away from VR. I think that volumetric video needs to find a place where it can be the difficult part of the equation, right? It's so young, it's so new, it is difficult. When you put a difficult technology with a difficult technology, you just get bad experiences and two people see them, right? And letting a technology be difficult for a while is where so much interesting work gets made. And so how do we like make volumetric the difficult part of the equation? And I think it's to take it away from VR. I'm sure lots of people have other opinions. I think the other thing is that for people who fund these things, stop asking people to have realized ideas. Asking people to have realized ideas when they're talking about technology means that the people who have been in the conversation forever, who are the most comfortable communicating those ideas, are the ones who are going to access those funds. Make cool curatorships. The stuff that Roya is doing is rad. Make these like these smaller initiatives that are helping people get into it, and make sure that they're getting funding. Don't spend like these projects. A lot of the projects that I work on have huge amounts of funding in them. And those go to the same groups of people who have the same language to access the same thing. And if we're lucky, they disseminate down to individuals, right? If we're lucky, those people who can have that conversation are good and want to redistribute some of that wealth amongst individual folks. But a lot of that has to do with making sure that what you're asking for is not something polished, is not something presentable, is not something that is going to make it to Tribeca. Is this technology going to keep being at Tribeca? Of course it is, because a bunch of people are throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars to make sure that it's at Tribeca. That doesn't mean anything for independent communities. But if we start figuring out ways to actually just let people explore a difficult technology isolated from its expectations of being integrated with tech evangelism, then I think we get like cool spots. I think we get cool stuff. I don't think this is necessarily the coolest example of those things, but I do think it's a little cool. This is just me fiddling around with volumetric and trying to make weird camera stuff. It's all it is. It's not even. It's not in VR. What I want to see is a lot more, not that anybody has to listen to anything that I want to see, but what I think would be cool is if we take volumetric video and we get it somehow relative, both in the creator space and in the audience space, to available technology, which means probably phones, which I know people are working on. But I do think that the technology itself is a struggle. I'm having a struggle with it. Fund unknown shit. Share your tools and projects, not just your processes. Be cool. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen now.
Woo! So somehow we've blown like way beyond time. Fortunately, I have barely prepared for my presentation because I was trying to put together this symposium. And so my proposition is that I'm going to blow through my slides in like 5 minutes, and then we can do like at least 5 minutes of discussion, because I super want to be part of this discussion and I want to hear Max ask questions and whatnot. And then, but I'm really, again, mindful. I don't want to push the folks that are the session at 2 o'clock too far down. So at most 10 minutes, 2:10 for that talk. And we'll add that onto the end of it, which I hope will be okay. Yeah, so I'll stop doing this, which is just wasting my time by talking about how much time I don't have, and how I shouldn't waste my time. Yeah. Oh, it's a good one. Okay, so hi, I'm Cindy Paremba. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My bad. Sorry, I was not important in that context, but I'm going to speak now really quickly about some of the work that I've been doing in volumetric images. I realized that that for some reason, even though I really don't care about 3D images, I end up making 3D stuff all the time, exploring different sorts of forms in it. I have gone from making games using stereoscopic 3D to VR games, into the volumetric space. I should say that even being on this panel, I am not a queer creator. but it's easy for you to make that mistake because my games are about rainbows shooting in your face, and they're also oftentimes profoundly queer. So and that's of course because of the wonderful queer creators that I've had an opportunity to work with over the years. This is just a general array of, I've been probably working in this space for like over a decade now, which is so weird. It's like, when did it start? And like maybe then. Playing around with different kinds of forms of volumetric capture, some photogrammetry stuff. I very quickly want to talk about a project that I worked on with Max, actually. It is a volumetric game project. It came out of a broader research project called VVV, Volumetric Video in Video Games. If you're interested in that project as a whole or some of the design aspects of it, I'm giving a talk at GDC in March. So I won't talk about any of that stuff. I seldom get to talk about the actual game that we have been making or show any parts of that game. So again, in the fastest way possible, we at the end of the day, as part of this project, we decided to create a game that would use volumetric to have people experience something that you wouldn't be able to use animation for. About 80% to 90% of games are animated. So once you start kind of exploring volumetric video in games, you're in the realm of FMV games, which I know everybody's favorite, but often maligned in the design space. And so seeking for a reason to use volumetric to create a game, we ended up commissioning a LARP designer, Nadine Valcin, who's there in the slide, hopefully, that you see. The LARP that we commissioned is called As the End Drew Near. As the End Draws Near. The game that we made is called As the End Drew Near, and I'm going to switch to and Max showed a little bit of it, but here is, I'm not going to play sound for this, so you won't hear. Oh, actually, maybe I will play sound. It's really, really bad. Oh no, it's me. There's the narration of this is super embarrassing, so I'll just maybe turn it back on when people are actually saying something that's interesting. So what we did was we got a bunch of people together, the bunch of the people who you saw in the previous slide. They were, some of them had experiences with LARP, but a lot of them didn't have any experience at all. They ran through several performances of the LARP. LARP is great for generating alternate narratives, and we sewed these together into VR. So the two mechanics that we used for it in order to try to work with what's largely like linear pieces of video, even though that they're kind of spatialized, was on one hand, when as you kind of go through, you can hear people kind of expand on the story world, and then objects that they reference will appear through the space, which you can then, oh wait, there's one that you're there, that you can then kind of pick up and examine more closely. The other dynamic that the other mechanic that is integrated into it, so I'm just going to skip a little bit ahead here to the end. Maybe is that you can, because the LARP ran 3 times, you can scrub through 3 different versions of that narrative to kind of tune into the particular version of it that you want to see in the space, and that kind of resonates within the space overall. So yeah, and as I go through, everybody kind of tells their stories. Anyway, what's beautiful about it, I've spent a ton of time with these characters. We've been developing this since 2018. A couple of the reasons why it's taken so long is in part because we're working in kind of a quasi-academic development timeline for it. One of the repercussions of this is that a lot of the technologies that we started with are then kind of become obsolete as we've been working with it. So we've had to rebuild the game from scratch at least once. A lot of the plugins that we're using are like totally like deprecated tools where if we ever uninstalled them, we would never be able to reinstall them again. So there's this real precarity to it overall. And then to kind of chain on just really quickly to what Max has been saying, and actually in a little bit to Max Max as well, is that originally the vision behind this work was to figure out ways to bring volumetric game making, to make it more accessible to indie game and art game creators. These are the creators that I really care about. What we've ended up with is a game that even when the kind of prototype is basically released, it runs on hardware, which most people who I wanted to see the game can't afford, and that I definitely didn't want to purchase for the purpose of making this game. Overall, it now runs on like the highest end system you can find. And that's because of the amount of volumetric video that we used within it. We've run workshops, including a VVV workshop that Saw talked about earlier, for volumetric indie game creators. And people come into the space and they bring in their fanciest video editing laptop, and it doesn't run anything that's usable for this. And it's just like, oh, okay. I thought I spent a lot of money on my tech, and it turns out that that all of a sudden you're telling me I need to spend more. Yay, that's the exact opposite of what I wanted to come out of this project overall. But the game itself has been really has become very special to me, again, in part because I spent so many time hearing characters say same things over and over and over again. But there's also a nuance and a subtlety and a specificity to the performances that are in it that I've just become really attached to. There's small gestures that people make. They're, again, mostly non-performers, and the imperfections that come from having non-performers in there, I think gives the game something special that you wouldn't get if it was animated. So going back to this question of like, well, what did Volumetric actually bring to this project that you wouldn't get otherwise? I mean, first of all, few people can kind of get the experience of like seeing a LARP, unless you're a participant in it. It's notoriously difficult to represent well. And so we've left all those meta-communicative elements in it where people refer to themselves in third person and people talk about the structure of the LARP. That is still left into that experience. And then the other thing is just people performing, just being themselves, getting lost in narrative, and being able to see that in a game experience. So that is, yeah, I did it, 5 minutes. I am done. So I'm going to flip this slide back on really quick, and we can do about 5 minutes worth of questions, but like I have been asking all along, yeah, I actually would prioritize questions from people who have been on this session. Max, me?
Is that ever not?
We're here. We've
There's
literally
nothing-
just been in the corner, just like.
There's nothing I can do about it.
We've just been back channeling the entire time.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna ask my own talk in question form to the two of you. Like, what do you think? Have you had a thought about like what we've all been talking about? How like it's difficult, but like what is your favorite potential like direction solution for the technology? I'm like, if 50, not what we've all been doing for years.
I've been 50% burn it all down and 50% let's have a symposium. So I think clearly I've picked my camp.
Yeah, I mean, I think we actually are very lucky in this chat. We have this man, Chris Remdy. I think he's the third. He has been the unsung hero of this project that no one knows about called LiveScan 3D. A bit of history. It was some Polish man's academic thesis from like 2014, like way ancient history. But he figured out a lot of the basics of this stuff, especially doing multicam. Merrick, yep, exactly. And that open source software actually birthed at least 2 startups in this space, whether or not they want to acknowledge that or not. But that branch is active. He's developing it and adding features and open to contributors. So I think step 1 is actually just having tools that are open source and free for people to start playing around. And then on a second, additional to that, I think the more commercial companies in this space that are sensitive to these needs, the better, so that they can put pressure on each other to actually do the work to enable creators. And then, Cindy, we're working on this, but I think that to that end, there needs to be a real community gathering place where knowledge can be shared asynchronously that lives outside of the control of any one member of industry.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I want to move on to the next session, but I want to say a couple of things. One is that, excuse me, oh no, I got the frog. So one is that at 3:30, we are having a conversation in Wonder about an open discussion for supporting creators. So I want, like, a lot of this conversation, I think, could go there. So I don't want to jump too much into it. Yeah, the Wonder link that I've been spamming everybody with. But also I think one of the things too, and one of the things that I kind of wanted to try to get for this symposium as well, is building or supporting the spaces where the work that isn't being done with the like $20,000 a year software and the 10 camera like 50K setup is being celebrated and acknowledged and shared with people. Because it's become, because like I said, I've been in this like space for a really long time, and it felt like it started very accessibly. There were a lot of just strange projects happening, and now I almost don't want to show up to a volumetric event because it's all people talking about, oh well, have you tried this camera, and what about this, and what about this plugin, and have you seen this new demo from Intel or whatever. And that's the stuff that I don't care about. It's instead it's the weird little projects. I would be more interested in just like, I figured out how to get this toy Lego camera to somehow create volumetric capture stuff. And it's like, yes, I go see that. Sure.
Volumetric capture via the Game Boy camera is what I want.
Or just like, and that stuff is out there, but it's hard to find, and it's not really celebrated anywhere in a place that's easily findable. So yeah, that's my thing.
Preach.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cut us off.
All right. Thanks, guys.
And so that I can bring a new session forward. Hopefully people can see next set of slides, and give me 1 second, everybody, while I make sure that I have empowered everybody who is in this this group. And thank you for all the panelists, and just giving me 1 second to make sure that I can invite you back here. And I think we're temporarily missing some people, but I'll keep an eye out for them, and I will bring them back on. Okay, Caitlin and Nadine, I'm just on the brink of giving you all of the powers. And Joanne and Tom, I am keeping an eye out for you, and I will empower you when you arrive. If that works out. Great. Nadine, are you here?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome.
For empowering me. Let me just share my screen. Hang on. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I just need to stop sharing and go back. Because I haven't shared audio. Hang on. Sorry about this. It's strange. Okay, here we go. Okay, start at the beginning. There we go. So thank you, Cindy, for organizing this event. It's been amazing. I feel like I've learned a lot. I'm going to share a presentation about my thesis project at OCAD that I defended last spring, but that's still incomplete. Yeah. And oddly enough, I won't be talking about volumetric video because it doesn't include volumetric video, but rather photogrammetry and point clouds. So I'm a filmmaker and media artist. I normally work in documentary, installation, experimental film. But I was also trained as an architect. So I was really interested in exploring what being in a 3D space does to storytelling. But I also want to just take the time to thank all the people some of them who helped me through my struggles with technology, including Judith Doyle and the Unreal Club at OCAD, Claire Brunet, whose photogrammetry class was the basis for this project, and people like Olivia McGilchrist, Karen Vanderborg, Nick Foss-Gregg, Henry Faber, Allison Duke, and Gaddy George, who helped me along the way. And I was really fascinated by the previous panel because I think, in making my thesis, that was my main struggle was, between the vision that I had and my technological knowledge and, the limitations of the software and how unuser friendly a lot of it is. So, our home in Haunted Land ended up being, it was originally supposed to be a 6 Degree of Freedom experience, but ended up being a linear virtual reality experience looking at colonialism, that's embedded in the names of various Toronto spaces. It incorporated research creation, Afrofuturism, decolonial methodology to expose the violent history of the land we live on. And in this case, VR was used to reinsert in our societal and physical space a simultaneously historical and futuristic Blackness in profound allyship with indigeneity. And so, at this point, I call the project kind of a prototype. Hopefully, we'll be able to raise funds to do a full 6DOF experience. And I'm also received an Artworks TO grant to do large scale projection. So the project's also being adapted in 2D through Touch Designer. And I'm working with Priam Givard on that. So, the project starts with a chance encounter I had in the summer of 2019 with this elderly gentleman from Guyana on the Queen streetcar. And as he asked me for the time, and then he sat down next to me. And as we, made our way to Parkdale, where I lived, he told me about the industrial history of the street. So he used to work in the candy factory lofts when, they were still used to make rocket candies. He had worked in a shoe factory across from the Drake Hotel, like where the Queen West Triangle is. In a industrial building that has since been torn down to make room for condos. And then, we got to the Gladstone Hotel, and what he told me about the Gladstone Hotel nearly floored me, right? He says that the Gladstone Hotel was built in 1889, and it's the longest occupied hotel in Toronto. But what was really surprising is he told me that it was named after William Gladstone, who was British Prime Minister of Britain on 4 occasions. But what was more surprising was that William Gladstone's father, John, was the largest slave owner, not only in Guyana, but in the entire British Empire, right? Like the fact that I didn't know that about the Gladstone, which is really only like 5 blocks away from my house, got me thinking about the history that's embedded in the names of significant spaces in the city. So in the project, I decided to create photogrammetry models rendered as point clouds of different spaces and overlay them with this voiceover from this character telling you about the history of the place. So there are 4 locations. One is the Gladstone Hotel. This is Babby Point, which is a residential area in the west end of the city near the Humber River, but that also used to be the path by the Humber River is called the Carrying Place Trail, which is an Indigenous path that was used for millennia to go from Lake Ontario to Lake Simcoe. And it was also the site of the Teyayakan, which was an Indigenous settlement in the 1700s. The other site is Ryerson University, now, sometimes referred to as X-University, while they undergo a renaming process. And also the Mohawk Institute, which was a residential school that was in Brantford, Ontario. So thematically, like the experience looks at the erasure of the Indigenous history and the dispossession of the land, and also the Black history that and kind of negates the idea that the myth that Black people are recent arrival in Canada and in the city. So I'm just going to show you the trailer.
It's beautiful here, isn't it? I used to live nearby once upon a time. My name is Therese. I'll be your guide for today's personalized tour of Takaranto on Turtle Island, or what some people commonly refer to as Toronto, Canada. This haunted land holds many secrets, and if you want to know, follow me and read my mind. I have some things to show.
Okay, so this is the main character from the experience, and her name is Therese, and she is a time traveler because she's actually based on a real person who existed and who was enslaved by the Babby family. And, I've also made her come from the future. So she embodies both, the past and the future. And she takes you on this tour of the city. And right now she was an animated character, but we're hoping to do some volumetric capture, but it's a challenge given the look we want to give to the character. So we're still debating that. I would say like the preoccupation in the project was with recreating space, but not with kind of a very similitude, but really to recreate them, using point clouds and something that places them between the real and the imagined, because they're kind of like in real life, but they're not really. And it points to it uses VR to point what's absent from the space rather than present, and it invites viewers to look at the space in a different way and to wonder about what's being omitted or erased. And it uses photogrammetry and assembly rendered as point clouds, animation, and spatialized sound. It used 3D models were generated through photogrammetry and AgiSoft Metashape. I really, originally I had thought to use photogrammetry to generate, meshes of the buildings, but, as I discovered, point clouds, which are this intermediate step in the photogrammetry process, I really loved the texture of them, but also the idea that, the closer you get, the more empty space there is between the points. And to me, that was like a great metaphor for the idea of a history that's in the space, but that you can't quite see. Yeah, and but like point clouds, and I had known that point clouds are tricky because they're computationally heavy. They're difficult to clean in a way, like they have a lot of glitches, which in a way I like because it speaks to the difficult transition or translation between, the real and the virtual. But yeah, they were a challenge to work with. And also, I think part of the challenge is that point clouds get rendered differently in different software, and that's where I kind of hit my my technological kind of expertise was limited, because of course in Unreal Engine you can write shaders to change the appearance of the points, and there are settings in Unreal, but they're really, I would have had to learn to really, code to really get the point clouds looking the way I wanted to. And they're also computationally heavy right now. We're dealing, one of the models has like 12 million points. And, when we started to export the project, we just ran into a lot of problems just because of the heaviness of the point clouds. Yeah, and so at this point, I consider the project to be like at an early prototype phase. We're hoping to, apply to CMF to do like a full on VR experiences, and in May we'll be hopefully projecting the projects on the silos at the foot of Bathurst Street. So please look out for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadine. I've seen that work before, but every time I see it, I'm just like, oh. It's so lovely. Next, I'm actually going to invite Caitlin Fisher to speak. Caitlin, are you here?
Yes, I am. Okay, just give me one moment.
Awesome.
We'll start sharing. Oh, I still have Snap Camera on. Sorry. Just keep it now. I was caught by surprise that it was me. All right, let me just see about getting my screen up. And apologies, I didn't realize I was next. So. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen yet? There.
Not quite yet.
No, okay. I'm having some weird trouble of hitting the share button. It's like my, okay, hang on, just give me 1 second here.
Oh, here it goes. Yep, now we see it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you can see me on the screen?
Sorry, yes?
Okay, so hi everybody, I'm Caitlin Fisher. I'm going to, well, at this point I can't turn off Snap Camera because I'll throw off everything else. It's wonderful to be here. There's been such a great discussion. I'm just by way of preamble, I work at York University. I direct the Immersive Storytelling Lab and the Augmented Reality Lab where I've been working in sort of XR areas since 2004. And I found there's so many points of connection between the earlier speakers and the things that I care a lot about. Mostly the Augmented Reality Lab was set up, it was in a fine arts context. I've always worked across computer science, engineering, and the fine arts. But our early mandate was to create expressive tools for artists who didn't have a lot of coding skills. And the idea has always been to get a critical mass of creators so we could break things, make terrible things, but also make amazing content and to see what would sort of surface. So near and dear to my heart. I am going to talk, it's interesting because I was going to talk about Fiery Sparks of Light a little bit, but really as a jumping off point to some other work. And I'll try to move through these slides quickly because I know that we're behind time. I was involved with Fiery Sparks of Light as a director, and I know a lot of people on the call worked on Fiery Sparks of Light. A shout out to Joseph, who produced it, and Max, who did the post. So I just want to put up the slide quickly, not because you're going to have a chance to read it all, but because it was so interesting to have so many people in the Toronto area and sort of the media ecosystem involved. It was a wonderful occasion for me. Like many of us, we've had, I had access to my lab disrupted during the pandemic, and I basically hadn't been in many months, probably for over a year, when I got the call that there was this sort of time urgent project that I could be involved in, but we had to film like almost now. And I had a Canada Foundation for Innovation grant to create a volumetric space, and it really hadn't happened. So this project provided the occasion to bring everything together. And it is one of those projects where there's a large space and a $20,000 depth kit setup. Working with the Canadian Film Centre, Griffin Poetry Trust, Cindy, when the censors had not come, our Azure Connects hadn't come, provided them from OCAD U. It was really a all hands on deck emergency thing. And I just want to say everybody I worked with, Joseph did like just an incredible job getting things set up, and Max in post, and Karen Vanderbort as creative director. So it was really a huge team effort. And I think the link to some of the background on the project has already been shared in the chat, so I won't play any part of it, but I do have a couple of shots in the wild. So if you missed out on that, or if you don't have the basics, it's a book-based XR volumetric project, and it is volumetric capture of 4 Griffin Poetry Award winners. So this is the setup. The Immersive Storytelling Lab is located at Cinespace Studios at the Kipling Complex. And part of this, I wanted to show that there are some sort of technical things. This is a 5-camera setup. I've seen a lot in the chat about like 5-camera, 10-camera. We actually talked to them. The 10-camera setup would probably not have resulted in qualitatively different captures for what we were hoping to do. So 5 was okay, but the largest expense is actually the ongoing license. So you can talk to me about that later in the Wonder Space. And I have a shot of Cindy down there, bottom right. But the other thing is when you're trying to capture a sync sound, keeping the boom mic out of the shot was sort of tricky. So just starting with some of the difficulties of volumetric from that perspective. But what's interesting is I did want to think about Fiery Sparks of Light, which is, it's a commercial project. It launched at the Frankfurt Book Fair. It's a pretty sleek project. But what I learned from that experience and what I'm carrying through to the lab, I think in some ways starts to speak to some of the other questions that have been raised today. Thinking about how calibrating, which can be a total pain and it can take like an hour, is super beautiful, and every glitch. One of the profoundly interesting things to me was how much I liked the outtakes and how much I loved the what I saw setting up calibrating. So I'm going to go through a few of those slides. Volumetric creating volumetric video enabled me to start to see spaces differently, and thinking about the possibility of sort of like a new digital poetics that we might associate with volumetric. This is a shot of just calibrating, and you know, it's funny, Joseph will know this, but I've got like 10 minutes of him calibrating, and I really just want to make it like a short film because it's kind of stunning and experimental. So I guess what I wanted to say is that volumetric is also suggesting new forms. So there is, of course, the totally mimetic representation of, you know, office workers and the 20 things we can download from really sleek providers. But I also think, yeah, that if you try to out Microsoft, you're always going to have something that looks glitchier, that's always B-rate. But if you actually do start to think about the new ways that you can access moving images, there's just tremendous potential. So just a couple of screenshots. This is like during the calibration, and actually the top video really reminded me of, like, you know, it's 1930s animation. It's so I could just watch these all day, and sometimes I have. And the bottom shot is looking at calibrating the space. I also really was interested in volumetric as an expressive form, not just the tools to create with, but also what people instantly did in the space. So expressive in terms of the tools, but also in terms of what people, how people related to the technology when they had access. We had a very sort of closed set, super limited because of COVID, but everybody who came in, I guess it's like the, you know, the early days of the photocopier in the office where everybody like immediately like put their face in it, but immediately wanting to sort of like dance through, and myself included. So there's a sense of being able to, this sense of wonder of accessing images of yourself that you didn't have. I also loved the uncalibrated shots, which were kind of a collision of space and time in this really interesting way. So I guess for me, volumetric, instead of just thinking about having sort of this pretty great recreation of the 3D body in motion. So I started to think about like fragmenting that off across using the 5 camera setup, so 5 different spaces, but thinking it was super suggestive of time. I think even back to thinking about early AR experiments and working in my first experiments with computer vision, I've always really liked wondering what cameras can see, what can they access, what kind of fiducials can they look at, what kind of corners are they looking at. So this was really, really interesting. I also did a lot of portable single channel, like just with one sensor. Part of three of the 4 poets for the Fiery Sparks of Light shoot were able to come to the space at Cinespace, but Nicole Brossard couldn't travel outside of Quebec, and so I did take just one single camera there, and we set up in a hotel room. It was really wonderful, and then I started to take the single camera everywhere. So this was on top of Steve Mann's roof as they were like, you know, doing like martial arts moves and just sort of labor. So one of the things I've been super interested in is just sending these one sensor things just up to like 8th wall, which is pretty viable and not anyway, viable. Also really interested, so it's, I like that the discussion was going away from this being an entirely VR set of skills and thinking about AR, XR, because for me, the way that volumetric can decontextualize is part of its horror and its amazing possibilities, and also the way it mixes private and public. So here are some stills of, you know, I took the Fiery Sparks of Light project and just started playing it everywhere. And I was on a fellowship in Paris in the fall. So a lot of my shots sort of came from, you know, being in my house, being in, you know, looking around and realizing like, okay, there's Sarah Tolmie like on my balcony, and there's Kinesia Lubrin in the bedroom. And this raises a lot of interesting questions. I'll do just a couple of,
a candied violet,
can you hear that?
Flapping your dainty feathery wings and ravenous with song.
Just the tail end. So there's Margaret Atwood at the Louvre, and there's Max's amazing post. And I think I really love the way that the piece sort of dissolves into this sea of words, and yeah, it was super beautiful. And here's Nicole Brossard.
Et dans vos délires, restez vivant, montrez-vous avec vos syllabes et vos images. N'ayez pas peur de toucher à votre mélancolie. Restez vivant, malgré les mouches et les brûlures, les petites décorations, les armoires fermées.
Yeah. So you can tell also the difference between Margaret Atwood, who was shot on a 5 sensor, and Nicole Brossard just with the 1. But I really actually love the single channel as well, and being able to kind of look inside and sort of like play with the convex and the concave. Here's another, I'll do one shot of Kinesia Lubrin here. You can also see it sort of in action. It's a QR code that's then triggered on the paper. And I thought this piece was particularly interesting to see at the Louvre.
Poem, The Dysgraphist. When I was young, Jejune gave I the rejected things. Example, the breathable air. Example, the clean sea. Example, the plate with just enough. Example, the cryolite, any room, anyway. Example, the mononuclear I was a sea of graces, not peace or surface. I raged, I gathering sound for the mirror. Jejune.
Yeah, and one of the things I really wanted to show that was, first, it's a spectacular piece. I played Kinesia Lubrin absolutely everywhere. But thinking about what it meant to play that particular moment in Paris, in that place. And I've always been interested, so what does it mean to bring volumetric into our private spaces, or to decontextualize them by putting them very much outside of the context of creation? Because it creates an entirely different intertext. Really interested in being able to rescale and interact with volumetric. So for this particular project, the design decision was made, and I'm going to just like make a guess that it's because you don't want to play with people's images too much. But of course, you could in fact scale these. And having worked a lot in AR, we could have much larger. And I think there's such an incredible intimacy with being able to interact with people's volumetric images in spaces of our choosing. And this is both fascinating and also with potentially really problematic consequences for representations of gendered and race bodies. So it's really, I think it's really potent and really challenging. During that same trip, I went to the Musée Méliès, which had just opened in Paris. It was incredible. And it really reminded me, and it I think is resonant with a lot of the conversations we've been having here. So Georges Méliès was the father of special effects. He was a magician, brought in theater. When I first started my AR lab, I was working with Jay Bolter, who kind of, I put him all the time in this, and it's been said by other people in different ways, but that working in augmented reality was like working at film at the turn of the last century, where there weren't really any rules yet and conventions had yet to be established. Everybody involved in AR 15 years ago in terms of creative content was really helping to invent the digital poetics of the medium. And I think this is very much the same place we're at in volumetric right now. And I guess really in answer to Max's question too about what you want, I'm very interested in using this space now as, there is a space for new creators, ideas, ways of working. Obviously there are, the technological barriers are there, but they're not insurmountable as community. And I think that this is actually the time to bring in cooler, more diverse, more inspirational ways of working. I think embracing the glitchiness, low tech. This is sort of a moment where it could be really akin to sort of experiments of the 1930s in animation. I would really like to see far more than a volumetric person who makes me think that I'm seeing somebody real in my space, registered perfectly in the real world. I would love to hold, a dance party in my hand and have like a series of crazier things. Anyway, I think, and also a final, I just wrote this at the end of the slide when you were talking, Max, but yes to querying the volumetric. And one of the next pieces that I'm hoping to be working on is an XR lesbian cowgirl piece with Ilya Zilek, who did Queer Skins. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Caitlin. And I'm so glad that you left the glasses on.
Embrace the accident. It was just meant to be.
It pleases me in deep ways. No, I guess no pun intended. But so next, I wanted to invite Joanne and Tom from Infinite Frame to speak.
Hello.
Hello. We see
great.
you.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm John. I'm Tom. Howdy. And let me start sharing the screen. Desktop. And do you already see the presentation?
Yes, we see it.
I think you got to minimize the screen though. I'm trying to. I don't see my mouse now. Oh boy. How do you let me click? Okay, do you see it now? And still I don't see my mouse. I hope that just clicking through the presentation will be okay. Yeah, so the cursor disappears. Okay, so my name is Joanna Popinska. I'm Tom Hall. And we are Infinite Frame Media. We are immersive content studio, and we're producing our own projects, also working with other people. And we have our own proprietary volumetric filming technology. And just to very briefly summarize my answer to some talks today, volumetric is awesome, and we love volumetric. And yeah, so let us tell you about our project that we longed for quite a long time on, but not only on the project, but also about on the technology that we needed to make it happen.
And the specific needs that we had to the challenges we had to address with our approach.
So first, I will share the trailer with you.
Yeah, so this is a project that we're having our North American premiere at South by this coming March. Yeah, so you want to hit the...
Before the trailer, yeah. So the choice is interactive, it's volumetric, it's a documentary about personal choice. And currently we are scheduled to have the North American premiere in South by, but we were also at ITFA in November. And this is an artistic project, and the goal of it is creating a real world impact. And it was also a part of my PhD at the Polish National Film School. And my doctorate is about new forms of narratives in VR from filmmakers' perspective. And if you want to, you can read it in Polish because it's in Polish, but I also, of course, hope to have it published in English soon. So now the trailer.
My husband and I had met and very quickly decided that we were going to run away together and get married and have kids. And then to my surprise, we actually got pregnant on the first try. And we were really planning a healthy pregnancy, and that's not what ended up happening. I ended up bleeding in the middle of the night. And like I said, I had really bad mom brain. So when I woke up and I saw the blood, I was like, okay, maybe it's not that bad. The nurse didn't really talk to me about it and said that everything was fine and that the baby was fine. The blood was not circulating through her heart. The fact that doctors in Texas are allowed to lie, legally allowed to lie, and they're legally allowed to not treat a miscarriage. I don't know what my future's gonna be like.
So you probably already have the difference that Kristen, our character, our subject, she looks very different from all the volumetric videos that you've seen so far. But before we talk about that, I wanted to give really big shout out to our team. And speaking about the team, there have been some similar note here today that volumetric is not very user-friendly, that artists needs to, like, it's hard to use it as an artist. So from my perspective as an artist and film director, VR and volumetric, CGI, interactive, it's different. And I think it's really good if you have the collaborative team that you can work with. And it's really not something that you can do on your own. Of course, there are people.
There are savants, like magicians, who can absolutely do it on their own, but for regular mortals like us.
And it was important for me and my creative collaborators to focus on the content. So with Zoe, illustrator, Janal, music, and Mike from sound. So we were thinking about what's the story and how we want to tell her. And then our technical team, which is Tom, Becca, and Hannah, they worked on making it happen. And like amount of programming that's there, I could not learn that to make it happen. And this is, I think, a big important change, that I think it's good to have a good team with you.
Yeah, and very much so. We had very specific objectives about the image of the volumetric video, because we wanted to, even though it's not perfect, right? We wanted it to feel as lifelike as possible, but not be incredibly cumbersome to both film and then to work with.
And now let's tell you
a little bit about the project.
Why. So what's the motivation, idea behind the project, motivation to tell this story, and why we chose VR. So as some of you know, I come from Poland, and as some of you know, Poland is this interesting country with very interesting politics in the last couple of years. And a couple of years ago, our government started attacking reproductive rights. Actually, last year, they effectively banned abortion in Poland. And as an artist, I was wondering what I can do. And I am a filmmaker, but I'm also a sociologist. And I decided to use this tool, this knowledge, this experience to say something differently, not something new, because there's like probably everything that could have been said about abortion has been said, but I wanted to find a different way of speaking about it. And my other thought was how I can ignite change. So how I can make my audience change what they think, how they think about not necessarily abortion, but people who had it. So as a sociologist, I worked a lot with stereotypes, with conflict, with like emotional situation. And the method that I was finding most useful and effective was personal conversation. So one-on-one meeting where group dynamics doesn't work. So there's two people and they talk to each other, and maybe, you know, they don't have to become the best friends if they were conflicted before, but only if you allow them to be together, something can change. And you know it sort of intuitively, yeah. Because like you can say that travel changes people's horizons, meeting people changes horizons and how you see the world. And this comes through these personal encounters. So the idea for the choice is to reproduce this personal meeting in VR. So in VR, you're meeting women who have had an abortion and you engage in the conversation with them. And it's how it is designed mechanically and from the creative perspective. So when you put the headset on, you start a conversation with a woman. Here it's Kristen, and she sits in front of you. The filming technology, which Tom will talk about in a second, it makes her feel very, very real, natural, and like really present with you. And the most common reaction from people who watch the choice, even VR savvy and really like knowing the technology, people are usually shocked and say, wow, she's really here. And I'm really feel like I'm talking to her. And this was very important to me because I wanted people to have this feeling that it's not an avatar, it's not some video, that it's a person and that they are talking to her. And this is why we used volumetric capture, but we designed our custom approach.
Yeah, so the thing that we do differently about how we represent the volumetric subject is that we have just a single, as people talked about before, a single depth camera perspective. because for us, we only really need face-to-face. Like we're not inviting in the experience for people to walk around our subject. And also, we want to maintain eye contact. So optimally, in Unity, like it always follows gently wherever your position is. So you always have direct eye contact. But what we did is that we actually project a stereoscopic texture onto the geometry. So even though, and you can see actually, how do I go back a slide? That, as you can see, that's actually just some sort of, it doesn't look like that in the experience, but we did that little mesh effect to kind of, communicate geometry or whatever in the slide. But that's the relative fidelity of the geometry, right? It's not particularly high detailed, but because we have, actually, let me go back to that slide, because we have stereoscopic textures, all of the specular highlights, all of the fine details in hair, in her eye reflections, her face, her mouth, all those things are reproduced through the disparity of the left and right textures that are being fed to the headset. And that kind of overcomes and kind of leaps past the lack of geometry to then reintroduce all the fine, subtle detail. And when you're dealing with quite heavy emotions, to be able to have the subtleties of like the glint in somebody's eye reproduced does a lot to bridge that kind of uncanny valley hologramic, kind of shader-based effect, and then starts really touching you in a way that it feels like it's a real person. And then because they're volumetric and you're in a 6-off headset, even though you're seated, if you lean forward or you lean back or you change your physical relationship as you interact with the story, that's represented in the real-time experience so that the illusion never breaks. Like early on, we did experiments with just like a 180 3D. And it's like, it looks really great until you lean your head to the side or you lean forward to listen, or you put your head back because you want to think about what was just told to you, and the illusion kind of collapses. Let me just go back to the slide. Oops, sorry, there you go.
Okay. And the next aspect is the design of the experience. So it is interactive, but it is cinematic in the way that it's a documentary. It's the story that has certain arc. And it's an interview with a real person, so it's not scripted. It's my conversation with her, of course, edited because we were talking for like 5 hours, and the experience is like
and
25.
Recording volumetric video for a 5-hour-long take is quite an undertaking.
Yeah, and speaking about technology, for example, like cost and stuff, the fact that we were able to use our own system made it possible, and it also, like for me as a director, it was really great to know that I can talk to her as long as I need and as long as she needs, because she becomes really emotional. She goes really deep into her feelings and self-discovery. So like with system that would cost me like $1 million or something per couple minutes, I would be really stressed.
It's like say your life story in the, these 5 seconds or the 5 minutes before the buffer fills up, like it's not viable.
So it's my conversation with her, and I really wanted it to feel like the conversation. So the design, it's a branching narrative, and the way that you as an audience engage with it is that questions show up in front of you. There's little shape.
We saw it in the trailer.
Shape of your hands, and you select 1 or 2 questions, and then the conversation flows. And we wanted to be interactive and engaging for psychological reasons. So we wanted people to be invested is the word, in the story, because people are often passive, and when we have them active, they become a little bit more committed.
They take like a little bite out of the apple and another bite, and like it motivates them even to go a little bit outside of their comfort zone or kind of extend themselves, because like, well, I've committed to a selection that I've made, and I'm hearing more of the story, and then I'm presented, even if it's a single option, it's like to continue. And that's kind of what like the dialogue of a conversation is. Like somebody says something, like, that's interesting, tell me more, like that pacing. And we actually found quite a lot from when we were screening at IDFA that you could tell how people were emotionally reacting to the story based on how quickly they made the next selection.
And like with the pacing, like we also used the questions for pacing. So like when we wanted people to slow down a little bit, this is when we used 2 questions. And in the moments where we wanted them to sort of more naturally keep going forward, there was only 1 question. And I was wondering how people will react to it, because like, what's the selection if you have only 1 question? But actually everybody was like, yeah, it was good because I could just follow more with the story.
Or I could stop and kind of absorb.
And in natural conversation, like when you talk to somebody, to your friend, sometimes you have to think for a little bit what question you want to ask. And sometimes it comes like natural. So we wanted to reflect this. But with the interactivity, I didn't want to put too much there because I didn't want it to become a game. So it's only to engage you. It's only to like make you feel that this is you taking part in this story, in this conversation, but not to like make it gamificate, like a gamification and stuff like that. And I also used proximity. And this is actually the crucial aspect of, and the reason why we used VR for this story.
And volumetric video.
Yeah, so proximity is the relationship between physical distance and psychological distance. So we are a couple, we are partners, and we sit close together. If we would be co-workers, we would be probably sitting like that. And this was important because the research shows that people who have abortions, there's no difference in their views, in their, like whether they are conservative, liberal, religious or not. And when the situation is about them or somebody that they know, somebody close one, and proximity, close one, then they are quote unquote allowing this person to have abortion. They use phrases like, oh, but her situation is special, in her situation, this and that. And then after this happens, they can and often go back to being anti-choice again. But with proximity, I wanted to make you feel like you are talking to a person that you might know, person that is close to you physically and mentally. And this is why we needed to use volumetric, because volumetric is the distance and in the VR space pretty much. I'm thinking what's next.
Trying not to go too long, so we're going quick.
Yeah, so this is more or less like the technical design and sociological mechanisms that we used to create an impact. And then also from the artistic perspective, like creative design. So it is a cinematic story, and I wanted the audience to be taken on the journey, the emotional journey, and reveal these parts gradually, so walk them through it. And we also combined her lifelike presence with spatial animations. And there's many reasons why, but some of the reasons is that we used space and we wanted to use the full 360 sphere because of how brain reacts in VR when you use 90 degrees versus 180, 360. I don't want to talk too much because we don't have time, but I wanted to use the whole space to sort of immerse you in the story emotionally. And also using of the animation allows us to add this layer of interpretation of like dreamlike reference to her thoughts, to her dreams maybe, and also lets you know that you are allowed to start thinking, like create images with your own brain, because people when watch it, when listen to her story are of course like often even either thinking about similar stories that they went through or stuff
or
like
imagining
that.
it for themselves.
So
especially the driving scene actually that's coming
Yeah.
up right now is something that's very interesting that a lot of people who had similar experiences, like it reminded it of them, of their experience. And it's like whether they're in Europe or they're in the United States, like the vagueness of the illustration allows people as viewers to bring their own personal experience in the process of digesting the illustration.
And also from the narrative perspective, so for the majority of the experience, you are sitting in front of Kristen like you are in chairs and talking to each other, and the illustrations are sort of like in the background. And in the scene where you will see in a second, where you are driving to the abortion clinic, Kristen disappears and it is actually you who is driving. So you can say it a little bit here, that it's you who is driving. And we wanted, like, I really hate talking about empathy and VR. Like I didn't want to put people in somebody's shoes. That's not the thinking, but I wanted them to think for a little bit, what if they were driving? And we have people saying that this scene is really strong and powerful and like changes a little bit how they think about the whole story, but she accompanies you all the time. So you then keep hearing her voice and then we bring her back after so yeah, this is the design. And then the goal of this of making this experience was to create an impact. And how we do it. So first of all, I want people, the audience, to understand how every single person is important. And I believe in it about, like, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about any like society problem in society, I want people to realize that every single one of us matters, and the storytellers, every single story is important and different. This is one thing, but you as an audience member, you matter. The fact that you listen, the fact what you do after, the fact that you are indifferent or not helpful or not, like, I don't know, voting or aware, like whatever, it matters. And so I wanted the audience to enter the choice with their self-awareness. That's why I'm not giving you like some created role. You are not entering some avatar or something. No, you are entering it. It's you who is taking part in the conversation. And then the goal is that the idea is that after you finish, it stays with you. And this is actually something that many people tell us, that it really stays with them. They really felt like they talked to her. And weeks after, it still sits with them heavily, and they want to do something like help her and like get involved. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, and that's important that we didn't want to expand and like editorialize her personal story as she was telling it, but we wanted to create the platform that connection and that like not call to action directly, but that desire to empathize and then feel her, frustration with the situation he was put into, and the idea that continues to happen is something that is the thing we're trying to pass on to the viewers, especially now in the United States with just how completely insane the laws are going and are going to continue to go, to kind of get that, impart that urgency and importance through a one-to-one, even though it's a virtual, because she's not really there. It's all computer. It's not, she's a real person, but like, it still creates that sensation in a powerful way. And to be able to reproduce that in perpetuity without her having to exhaust herself as an activist, which is an interesting fact too, is that Kristen, after interviewing with us, actually became an activist, and she's quite active in the scene.
And I wanted to add something about the slide that you're seeing now. So you'll see some stuff about like people's reacting. We had really strong reactions from a variety of pro-choice people, anti-choice people, really interesting conversation with male audience, because they often come back to us and say that it made them more aware of what their pregnant partners sometimes go through and how much they need their presence, like when they go through situations like that. But we are showing the choice at South by next month, and so Kristen is from Texas, and her story is, you want to like give one sentence? What's the story about?
Well, so what ended up happening with her specifically is that there was a planned pregnancy. They wanted to have start a family, and they had complications that their doctors obscured from them. Basically said everything was fine until the 11th hour. Basically, they're trying to run out the clock, right? And then she changed doctors, and she found out there's all these complications, and her life was in danger. And that was in 2017. And now it's the laws there are even more extreme. And that's something that, as her story kind of speaks about, the pre-existing situation before, the abortion bounties and the 6-week thing and everything else that's coming now were in effect, but it shows the kind of the progression and the unintended and intended consequences of these restrictions.
Yeah, so we're very we're very glad that we are going home to Texas, but of course the situation is in Texas.
It's bad that this project becomes more relevant. Let's put it that way.
Okay, and I think that's pretty much it. I saw there is a lot of chat questions. Again, my mouse does not work.
Yeah, okay, I'm actually hoping we can bring it up. We can bring it back to kind of a group conversation like last time. I'm actually going to prioritize groups or from within this session questions and comments, because I think that there could be a great discussion there. Just to put up really quickly a reminder of speakers in this session.
Somebody wants to get a beta.
If you want to get better, because the chat is so busy now, please email at,
you want me to type it?
Joanne@infiniteframemedia.com, and we're typing it in the chat.
Yeah, and also, and again, we can move this conversation onto Wonder, just so that we can start the next session as well. I'll post the link, but yeah, maybe I mean we I don't mean to rush a ton, but questions from within the panel itself. Nadine, Caitlin, Joanne, and Tom.
No real question, but that was such a fantastic.
Yes, or also, congratulations, thank yous.
Yeah, I think congratulations to Joanna and Tom. I know they've been working on it for a long time. I don't know, you spoke a little bit about the technology, but I know like it's been like what, 4 years, 5 years since you started the Can you talk a little bit about your hurdles? Like it looks beautiful, but I know that there's like a big struggle, I think, behind that.
Yeah,
that's an understatement.
So this biggest struggle was with financing it, because we keep hearing that abortion is not like important subject in Canada. So we were like recommended multiple times to different I don't want to name anything.
Yeah, we don't want to talk
but yeah,
trash,
but we didn't get any funding for that. Other than, so we started it in 2018 January with the Kickstarter campaign, and this is like we thought. By the way, we thought this will be a quick and easy project, and we started the Kickstarter, and then like after researching what filming technology is available and crystallizing the vision, how we want it to look like, and also what's important from this impact perspective, we decided to develop our own approach, and this took us a couple years. So like the chapter that we will be premiering at South by, we actually started working on it in March 2020.
Yeah, it was the pandemic that actually kind of gave us a swift kick in the ass and Kristen's story was so overwhelmingly powerful that we're like, okay, because before it was supposed to be a collage of stories, which we still want to do. But when we got Kristen's stories like this, just her interview itself is like, it's an entire, like it stands on its own in a very strong way. And then realizing that, hey, we can't work anymore. We're stuck at home. So we might as well work completely on this and really focus on it. And that was the thing that kind of really got us over the hump. But yeah, and the technology, actually, we ended up getting it sorted for our process anyway, early on, because we wanted to make sure all the interviews we filmed were consistent. And a lot of it was just figuring out the minimum viable approach of like, what can we record long interviews without interrupting the subject? What can look good for what we wanted, the effect of like having that presence of them and their stereoscopic texture. And then we did a couple of engine hops. We started on Unreal Engine, and then because of the Quest, we moved to Unity just for performance reasons, and then taking our shader approach technology over to that. But the pipeline and everything was actually fairly well established. And then when we filmed Kristen's interview, we realized, of course, the other part of that equation is that we were sick for COVID, with COVID for like a month and a half. So we had a little bit of a vacation of staring at the ceiling. And then when we were able to get started on that project, all that stuff we had already invested in figuring out was all in place. And then all the hard part started of making an interactive application that runs on an Oculus Quest that doesn't crash constantly. And all that sort of challenges. And then I saw in the chat earlier, somebody was asking about the difficulties of cleanup. And I guess one of the privileges that we have both is that we've both worked in post-production, visual effects in particular. So it was a lot of traditional cleanup and processing stuff. Because we only have the single camera perspective, we're able to bring it into a compositing pipeline and to deal with the geometry like you would like a deep, like the term is deep compositing, where you have images that have geometric data, like it's not just a pixel, but it's a world past pixel, and all the pre-existing visual effects pipelines to address that.
Amazing.
Okay,
so this is just a chapter, right? Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a self-contained chapter, which we would like it to be multiple chapters, but I mean, our hair is already starting to go gray, so we're just getting this one out and then hoping that we can get resources to do the others.
It was also, I think, and I think this is a problem or challenge for many artists working in VR. I had very clear vision in my head, but it was very hard to translate this vision not only to others, but to people who do not know VR. But even if you know VR, like people were thinking that we want to do this like ghostly avatars and stuff, and like, how does it make sense? Why do we need to use animation? And then when you watch in VR, it's really, really strong. And like without that, it will be just a talking head. But like explaining how and why it will work, it was really hard. And like so now our whole strategy and plan is that we've seen this first chapter that like pretty much everybody who have seen it has a really strong reaction. And so we hope that now it will be easier to find resources to make the feature version.
Yeah. And the other thing that's really great too, since we've had with the Premier DATFA and stuff, we've actually been able to connect with a lot of organizations in the space too. And we're still working on that for our premiere at South by, but because it's ultimately the end of the day, we don't want the project to just do the festival circuit and then just get shelved somewhere. Like we really are interested in working really hard towards an impact campaign associated with it, like to use it for education, do possibly campus tours, take it to state, what are they called in America? Not legislators. Are they called legislators? But like, you know, the state capitals and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm unfortunately going to, there were some questions that we did manage to bring in from the chat. I'm just being really mindful that the next session was at this point supposed to start about a half an hour ago, and we have somebody who's waiting in the lab in order to take us through a tour. So I am going to move. You guys look so cute with you. Sorry.
No, I'm trying to log to the wonder, and it asks us to make the photo.
Oh, there you go. So thank you so much, everybody, for sharing. And like I said in the chat, the time management aspect of running these things is the worst part, because the discussions are amazing. So we have two folks coming up next. If you are, I should say too, that if you're waiting for the broader discussion on supporting creators, we're likely going to start that obviously quite late. But for our last session has two creators on it. So we aren't that bad for time, and I think that the time spent is worthwhile. The projects are important, and the discussions around them is wonderful. So hopefully I haven't ruined everybody's schedule, and we should still be okay. Michael, are you here? The very patient Michael. I'll make you a co-host. Oh, I think Michael might have stepped away now. Oh, I think, hold on, I see a hand. I have potentially, okay. Michael, are you here? Something very strange going on where you're listed as an attendee. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. All right. I just needed to be patient, which unfortunately is the quality that I've needed to work on these days.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make my phone active because I really want to give you a tour of the lab here. And it says my video has stopped. It was working.
Oh, let me take, yeah, try again.
Okay. What is safe driving mode? The Mac thing. All right, let's try the laptop, Cindy.
Okay.
How do I make that work?
Let me see.
I see you, okay, but I don't see a camera on off thing, oddly enough. Join as a panelist. There we go.
Yeah, I think I just need to elevate. Yeah, here you go.
Okay.
Oh, nice. All right,
Okay.
we're making it happen. And I just need to make you a co-host on the laptop, and we should be good to go.
I don't mind dragging my laptop around the lab, but it would be better if we get the phone to work.
Okay, I think you should be empowered to do video on both your phone and your laptop.
Okay. So I'm going to unmute this. Turn that off.
while we're getting this set up, I'll give the temporary.
Hi there. All right, it says I'm unmuted and my camera's on. I don't see me. You see me?
I see you.
All right.
All right, we're on.
All right. So what I thought very quickly, I would just go to a PowerPoint presentation. You see that okay? Or how do I share my screen? Do you share me? Is that how that works?
No, right now I just see you. You should be able to share yourself. If you go, if usually there's a little button that says share screen.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, they make us use Teams exclusively here. I'm sorry that you're having to wait for me to learn how to use my technology.
Oh, no worries. It's happening. It's happening now. I see.
All right, good. So, yeah, little known fact is that OCAD at the turn of the century, not the last century, but the one before that, used to illustrate all the medical text in Canada. And so we see ourselves as that modern day medical visualization team here at the Phase Lab. And we've been working on medical imaging since 2022 or something. This is a visualization and eventually a hologram, a digital hologram for Professor Dwayne Miller at the U of T of the myoglobin hologram, showing this fact that each of these blood molecules breathes when you breathe. And we've done some work in the field of haptic holography, where we built a haptic model from the same model that created the digital hologram. And then when you superimpose those two things, you end up with a hologram you can touch. So the medical folks up at Mars were excited about this for about 10 minutes because it's co-visual. It means that you can, your hand is where it would be if you were holding a surgical implement of some kind. And it's autostereoscopic, meaning there's no headgear involved, of course, with a hologram. And so now I've lost it here. I don't know how to begin my new. I've evoked the whiteboard. I don't know how to get out of that. All right.
Just draw your lab.
Yeah,
Joseph says try tapping escape.
Okay, let's try this again. There we go. And then more recently, we've been making holograms of the human brain. So this is my brain meditating, and this is a imaging system from Cerebral Diagnostics, which takes electrical activity in the brain and shows it as these vectors. So there's alpha, beta, and theta present there, and represented by the different colors. In these dark regions we can't explain, except that my youngest daughter feels like it's proof of what she's been saying all along, that her dad is partially brain dead. And we took this data and put it into a hologram. And the idea here was to develop a pipeline so that Cerebral Diagnostics can, from their workstation, go file print hologram and have that sent off to the Digital Holographic Service Bureau, who hasn't gotten on board yet, but that is very close to being done. Some years ago now, we created a holographic scanner, and this was a thing that recorded not only the data and all the various angles needed to be recorded to form a digital hologram, but also the metadata so that we could do the compositing that you're about to see. So it's recording, the subject to camera distance, the FOV and focal length of the lens, all that stuff is part of the recording. And that's a 4K. Back then we used a red camera. And we asked Margaret Atwood if she would sit for this first portrait using this device, which was then printed on our holographic printer. We tried to get that set up today, and we just ran out of time, and it's set up, but it looks horrible. I'll show it to you anyway. So here's Atwood on green screen, and then we built the, she's a conservationist interested in rainforest and tropical birds. And so we had a whole bunch of ideas for her. She dismissed them immediately and said, why don't you imagine me in a tropical forest with a bird landing on my outstretched hands. And so that's what we did. Took us 6 months, but we finally produced the hologram that we were happy with, and she's happy with, which is what's important. She's, of course, fantastic. And we also, this was years ago when photogrammetry was just sort of getting started, and we thought, there's no interest-based research for very little of it, as you know, so you always have to have a way of generating wealth and jobs if you want to do the thing you want to do. So we imagined this was a good way to record museum artifacts, because archivists don't like to see museum artifacts leave the museum. So this is Huxley. This is our robot who, by the way, also serves drinks and hands out candies at Christmas time. But Huxley is taking 400 very well chosen pictures with this then new Canon camera. And then we, use conventional photogrammetric techniques to create a 3D image of this artifact, which of course was not up to museum standards. But more recently, we're doing some more advances in museum, in artifact replication. So here's some of the workers. Natalie Logan, who's graduate from the holography course that I teach at the U of T. Marcus Gordon, a graduate from OCAD. He's now doing his doctoral thesis at York. And Alex, who you'll meet in a minute. All right, so now we need to try and get the phone working, or not, and then I can show you the other stuff. So I was logged on a moment ago. I'm going to go back and start over.
Every confidence we can make this happen.
Okay. Thanks for your confidence on this. The hard act to follow, by the way, Cindy. All of these people that are doing incredibly meaningful and wonderful work.
I promised there would be actual holograms. So
there are. Well, as you know, it's a real fail trying to show holograms on the web. People need to come and see it firsthand, which you have a standing invitation to do. Okay, well, I need the invitation through, because I think I have 2 invitations. I have one that is just an audience member, and one is the panelist, right?
Oh, if you appear in the audience, I can promote you to a panelist. So that one should be okay.
All right. I just need to find that one. Click here to join. Okay. How about now?
Recording. Oh, looks like you're here.
All right. Can you see me?
Not yet. No, I still see.
Oh, the PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint.
Yes.
Here, hold on.
How is that possible? Okay, that's shut off. Yeah, so you're showing me that PowerPoint. So you're still connected to that one. Yeah, I'll mute the thing.
Let me see what I can do here.
Yeah, so the laptop is muted. And I can see the bio. It says I've got my video on. Okay, you can see me now. Great. Well, can you hear me?
Oh, I can see you.
There
I
we
can
go.
hear you.
Excellent. Now, how do I turn the video around? There we go. All right. How's that?
All right.
Can you see that?
Perfect. That's perfect.
All right. So this is our part of our arsenal is a 10 joule ruby pulse laser that uses ruby crystals in a chain that is like there's a chain reaction that builds this from a tiny little red spark that gets amplified through 3 stages and then comes out as a 10 joule pulse. We never use that kind of energy, but we use about 3 to 4 joules in making holograms of people. So it's otherwise not really possible to make holograms of people because they don't hold still. And as you'll see in a minute, this is a hologram of my daughter, my youngest daughter. She's throwing a bunch of dollar store jewels up in the air. And the recording here is 40 nanoseconds long. So my students have a lot of fun with throwing water and fluids around the room and freezing them in a hologram. So I don't know if you can see that okay. What's happened is we can look through the diamonds and see her, the diffracted image of her in the jewels. If you were here firsthand, you'd see that. Great. This is a digital hologram by a guy named Meets Myers in Los Angeles called The All Knowing. And so it's made from Maya, I think but we can make anything we make 3D, we can print as a hologram. It's the work of Jacques Debian, who found this ancient French textbook that somehow describes holography, which hadn't been invented and would not be invented for another 200 years or something. And so he has these sort of fantastic 3D models suspended in space over this antique textbook. Again, that's a totally digital construct. This is Atwood over here, only the color's terrible. And let me just see if the exposure could be made better. No. All right, that's a fail. All right, these are digital holograms from France. Our colleague and the research we're currently doing, these are not art objects, these are like test patterns, but these are objects that have been, again, scanned using photogrammetric techniques and then committed to a hologram. Thanks. This is an analog hologram. This is what we're doing now. We changed it up and we're making tiny perfect holograms. And this thing, if you were here, is virtually indistinguishable from the original objects made from 3 lasers. So let me show you one more hologram. This is a hologram we made years ago of a saber-toothed tiger skull. And so again, this is an analog hologram, but back when we could only do monochromatic things. And so we've color tuned the hologram to yellow to make it look like ivory. And that's about as good as it gets. Now, folks, everyone, this is Alex Laverick, holographer extraordinaire. Alex is a graduate from OCAD, and he comes to us from industry now. He's got like 20 years of experience in holography. Alex, will you explain the full color camera we were making?
Yes, so most of the holograms that Michael just showed you have been in full color. In order to do that, we need at least 3 different colors of light, or wavelengths of light. And as in most display technologies, this is RGB, red, green, and blue. In our case, we're using lasers. Lasers provide light with the right kind of qualities that we need to record the phase and depth information in the hologram itself. This is our laser table. It's an optical table that you can find in most professional optical labs, optics labs. And on this table, we have our 3 lasers, red, green, and blue. Here's our red laser. Blue lasers over here, and the green lasers over here. And what's happening on this table, we take those 3 beams, we fold them into each other. This is by means of all of these optics here, mainly these 2 optics here, which are beam combining optics. So the green laser beam comes in the back of this optic, where the blue is reflecting off the surface, the green is transmitted through this optic. So now we have blue and green combined. Here, our red beam comes in, reflects off the surface of this optic, with the blue and green transmitted through, resulting in this beautiful white laser beam. If you get them all perfectly aligned or collinear, as we described, the beam coming out of the laser table now is perfectly in line, perfectly collinear, and we have what's effectively a white laser beam.
Great. So this is the hologram we're making. This is a full color hologram. And this character is part of a Unity project that we made that was, this is going to be a hologram that is laminated to an iPad. And then this little girl, her eyes are video and the rest of her is holographic. But when you touch the screen, she invites you to solve a math problem, and then tells you whether you got it right or not, congratulates you, or well, there's 2 modes. One that she's very rude, and the other one is for children, where she encourages you to try again. And so it's a pseudo AI device, of course, just consulting tables and so on. But she talks to you, and I was inspired to do this by my twin nieces, who are on their devices all the time and didn't seem to be learning anything. And I thought if they had a little holographic friend on there, that they might change it. Thanks, Alex. I think we went over.
Not good that we went over, but good that we
No, I went over. You didn't go over. All right.
Thanks. That was terrific.
All right. Well, I hope we didn't go too long.
Oh, no, we should be okay. Okay, I am going to invite up Andrew to talk, and then I will gather back, and we can do kind of open questions if you're around, Michael. So give me one second to just bring up Andrew's bio here. Andrew is coming to us remotely, or?
No, I'm from home.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Luckily for today. So hi everyone. Thanks Cindy for inviting me. I think this was great. So today I wanted to talk to everyone about sort of the work that we've been doing. My name is Andrew Hogue. I'm from Ontario Tech University, and some of the work that we've been doing as part of a project with OCAD and with some members from York and on an eCampus project. So for instance, here's a picture of the group of us, me, Veronica Skudlarek at OCAD, and Cindy, and Nick Fox-Geek from York. And we're, in this case, this picture is us playing at Caitlin Fisher's space in CitySpace. So that was super fun. So thank you so much, Caitlin, for giving us the opportunity to do that. And so part of what we've been doing is setting up a volumetric studio at Ontario Tech University. And basically what eCampus grant gave us some opportunity to investigate volumetric tech for teaching traditional art in different ways, and sort of exploring that space. And so this is where you can see in the video there that we have Veronica doing a little painting of still life, and we captured the whole thing on volumetric, and we could explore it from different angles, and we're still working on that and finishing it up. But this was something that we've done in collaboration with SOAR as well. So let me next. Okay, so here's just some experiments that we've been doing with volumetric video. This is my students, Colin Orion and Jacob Anderson, the master students that are exploring the space with me. And so basically what we're looking at are some trying to create tools and looking at the open source space for creators to create content more easily and more accessibly in volumetric. And so you can see we've tried a lot of different technologies and had a lot of fun along the way, looking at point clouds from live scan, and then pipelines to get into Houdini and Blender. And then we've developed some software on the side on the right there that you can see that to do some voxel carving and exploring volumetric video in that sense as well. Along the way, we've been able to have some really fun little happy accidents that I always get a kick out of looking at, especially the temporal aliasing one on the left, which is super interesting to me to see what happens here. And this is the type of thing that I want to try and empower creators from an easy to use tool set afterwards. And so that's where the work that I'm doing is kind of involved. And this is some work in volumetric that we've been doing with SOAR, looking at our mascot, our university mascot, Hunter here. He works really well in volumetric, and so we're able to put him in AR and play in that way. So some of the problems that I see generally in multi-camera volumetric, I like working in multi-camera volumetric, and this is sort of where my passion lies right now, is that I find it's a very hard problem because there are very few open source solutions out there, very few ways to experiment in a variety of different ways. You end up with either a very large system spending $500,000, $600,000 on a system, or some low fidelity systems, but you end up being stuck in a fixed pipeline with very little flexibility in terms of how the raw data gets converted into a mesh or point cloud or whatever. So I want to try and create technologies that allow you to play with these different areas and not just have the outputs of a particular piece of software, but be able to insert yourself and your own algorithms into the middle of those algorithms. And that's sort of where I'm looking at. So, right now the solutions are sort of on the left. There's, the big, really expensive solutions, and on the right, they're more affordable solutions. And in the middle is kind of a free solution that I've been working with Chris Remby, who's in the audience as well, and Max, who introduced us. And it's been a really interesting summer, and we've played a lot in the space. It's been interesting. One thing that I noticed and I really enjoyed was using some open source software for photogrammetry, things like Meshroom. And if you've ever used Meshroom, you'll notice a few things. One is that, it's slow. So they've sort of gotten over they've sort of traded off sort of ease of use for performance in a lot of ways. It's still performative, but it's not the fastest photogrammetry solution out there, but it still works. One of the nice things is, though, that it's node-based. And so it actually lets you move things around and change things and visualize things in different areas. And it's open source, and it's kind of interesting to look at. But what I like about it is that it's very pipeline and workflow focused, which is sort of on the other end of the spectrum as well. So it's very focused on photogrammetry, which is what its intent was. But it's so it's hard to sort of adapt it to volumetric in a sense. So I kind of look at this as, you know, in terms of a node-based system and language in creators and how they use things and how artists will create things, and using game engines and photogrammetry software and whatnot, is you sort of see the spectrum where you have, you know, blueprints, which is very mature, very complex, has low-level constructs. Basically, it's a complete programming language, right? So it has a lot, it's very deep and dense. And then on the right, you have Mushroom, which is very pipeline focused and very photogrammetry and application focused and workflow driven. And so what I kind of wanted to do is sort of look at the sort of the middle ground there and sort of say, you know, like, let's create a node-based programming language for volumetric that is free, open source, and is language agnostic in a sense. So you could develop it with C++, you could develop it with Python or Rust or whatever you want, as long as you can create some sort of a script, you can wrap it easily in our system. And so that's where we're trying to push here. And so sort of the current state we've been looking at over the last little while, things like we have some basic integrations, a matte extraction, some simple voxel carving, and OpenGL viewers. And where we're going with this is sort of looking at some more interesting pipelines for recalibration, better texturing, mesh wrapping, for other existing pieces of software that are out there already. And I just kind of wanted to go over what it looks like and sort of how we could use this and have a call to action here. Is that so, you know, first off, what we can do with live scans, we can create a recording that goes into a directory. It has a bunch of different cameras. We can load that in. And from that, we can visualize any frame. We can look at all the depth imagery, the matte. We can extract the matte semi-automatically. We can move these nodes around and we can play with the data in different ways. We can pipe different parts of this data into different areas. And in the end, what we can do is we can, you know, create per frame, we can create a 3D model. And this is, it's not right now, we're working on performance issues and whatnot with this, but we're able to have the flexibility that we can now do it with multiple different types of cameras. We can do it with 1 camera, 2 cameras, 3 cameras. We're going to get different results and we can change the values of each algorithm. And this is sort of the idea, is that now we have a playground that we can play with that is not just you know, fixed in one particular zone, but we can look at just using pure RGB cameras, RGB plus iPads, or different types of data that we can now process in various ways, and how to integrate that. And so that's where I'm interested in looking at with this space. And sort of what we also have some texturing approaches that we're working on as well, but there's lots to do and a lot of opportunities here to add interesting techniques, looking for tracking faces in volumetric video, swapping their faces, privacy for privacy, rigging, auto rigging, moving things around a little bit more effectively, etc. And so that's really all I wanted to say today. I wanted to go quickly through it. So thank you very much, and a big thanks to Max, Ellinger, Justin Baker, and the SOAR devs, Chris Remdy, and everyone else in the Volumetric Discord. Feel free to email me with my email address there, andrew.hogue@ontariotecU.ca, and join us on Discord. This is becoming a really good place for people to have discussions on volumetric algorithms and culture and art, and I'm really excited about the community that we're trying to build here. So definitely thank you so much, and I'll give it back to you, Cindy.
Thanks. Hold on for 1 second. I'm going to oh, what am I doing? I've lost what I'm doing. Okay, this is what I intended to do. So as always, if you have a question for Michael or Michael has a question for you, I will prioritize that question. Otherwise, I will go with raised hands in participants.
I'm good. I just wanted to say, Michael, I think that box that you had with the toys is absolutely fantastic. I think that's I would love to have one or create one. I think that'd be really interesting.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the people's comment in the chat. Oh, hold on. Joseph, you're up.
So I really love the holograms that's being made, and I've seen them before in person, they're quite large. How come we're not seeing more of them out there, either for marketing or other purposes? Is it a cost or time factor?
Hi. You know, it's a little bit like the story about why VR hasn't caught on. You know, people haven't figured out how to monetize it or present it to a large enough audience. And so one of the problems is the illumination. And one of the things that Alex has been working on is the use of semi-coherent light sources, LEDs, super bright LEDs, which is how some of the holograms you saw today are illuminated. We are now going to a place where we'll be able to use inexpensive lasers to illuminate our holograms. And boy, do they look special. They're incredibly sharp and deep, but they have a gamut of colors that, for example, is way beyond any flat screen TV.
Very cool.
Thanks for your interest.
Okay, I don't see more hands. And what we could do is I will call last call for questions and comments and feedback. Obviously, a lot of people have been posting questions and comments in the chat as well. So I don't know if anybody wants to. I mean, it's mostly praise. So do be sure to go through and to read it. But what I could do then, I did promise that we would have a discussion on that actually extends really nicely out of not just these presentations, but also all of the work that we've seen here today. That is looking more into there's more of an open discussion into how we can support creators in this area. What does it mean to better support and acknowledge and celebrate all of the work that we've seen here today, but also all of the work that we didn't get a chance to see or to talk about or to show today, and that's sort of framed as a more open community discussion. So with that, I would invite. So I'm going to do my spam link thing again. I'm going to invite people back to the Wonder Space. You give me 1 second, and this time I won't be so busy trying to finish my presentation that I won't actually be able to go there myself, which was the case the last time. And we can kind of, I will launch that room right now. That room has been temporarily locked, but it's easy for me to open it up to kind of start off the discussion. The other rooms are open if you wanted to go there to mingle, to talk one more kind of one-on-one or in a small group with other creators that we've seen today, if you haven't had that opportunity. And with that, I'm going to bring to a close the Zoom portion of the talk. Oops. And we will move to finish up over in Wonder. Thank you again so much, everybody, for presenting today. Again, I really appreciate it. I'm kind of in awe that people have taken the time to spend with us today and to ask amazing questions and to give wonderful talks. I love that we have, spanned talking about, poets, and we've somehow discovered that Margaret Atwood is some strange person who wanders around getting volumetrically captured all of the time, that we've talked about kind of challenges with the tech, that we've seen examples of that kind of show why we want to do what we're doing. I have had an absolutely amazing day, and I just want to thank you all very, very much. Anyway, hopefully that we can do this again sometime. And with that, I will wish everybody a good rest of the day. And if I see you over in the Wonder Space, then that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Take care.